Cox, Denham, DeSaulnier, Duchesne, Dutton, Flores, Hancock, Harmon, Hollingsworth, Huff, Kehoe, Leno, Liu, Lowenthal, Maldonado, Negrete McLeod, Oropesa, Padilla, Pavley, Price, Romero, Runner, Smidian, Steinberg, Strickland, Walters, Wiggins, Wolk, Wright, Weiland, Yee. Madam President, back to you.
The Secretary notices the absence of a quorum. Sergeants, please lock the doors, call in the absent members so that we may begin this afternoon's session of the State Senate. A quorum is present. Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested, Alquist, Ashburn, Benoit, Calderon, Cedillo, Cogdill, Corbett, Correa, Cox, Denham, DeSaulnier, Duchesne, Dutton, Flores, Hancock, Harmon, Hollingsworth, Huff, Kehoe, Leno, Liu, Lowenthal, Maldonado, Negrete McLeod, Oropesa, Padilla, Pavley, Price, Romero, Runner, Smidian, Steinberg, Strickland, Walters, Wiggins, Wolk, Wright, Weiland, Yee.
Members, a quorum is present. Members, without objection, Senate Rule 29.3 will be waived in order that AB 64 and AB 1076 may be amended in committee. Also, without objection, the following items will be moved to the inactive file. File item 44, AB 378, file item 46, AB 435, file item 49, AB 1579, file item 51, AB 1048, file item 56, AB 413, and file item 74, AB 97. Finally, pursuant to Senate Rule 29.10, the following bills are referred to the Rules Committee. Item 92, that's bill number SB 240, file item 93, Senate Bill 337, file item 97, Senate Bill 499, and item number 101, Senate Bill 813. Members, we do have a supplemental file. We do have an afternoon supplemental file starting with file item 85 going through file item 105, and we will proceed to take up items in this order. Senator Duchesne, for what purpose do you rise?
File item 85.
File item 85? Secretary, please read. File item 85.
Senate Bill 606 by Senator DeCheney, enacting to physicians and surgeons and making an appropriation therefor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Members, this bill will create parity between physicians and surgeons licensed through the Osteopathic Medical Board and the physician surgeons licensed through the Medical Board of California for purposes of accessing the Steve Thompson Loan Repayment Program for medical students who will serve in underserved communities. The amendments taken in the Assembly add further parity by allowing them the opportunity, it is not a mandate, it is not a requirement, but allows them the opportunity to serve on the Health Professions Education Foundation Board, which distributes money for tuition reimbursement. It is co-sponsored by CMA and the osteopathic physicians, has no opposition that I'm aware of. Ask for your aye vote.
Any discussion or debate on this item? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Benoit? Calderon? Cedillo? Cogdill? Aye. Corbett? Correa? Cox? Denham? DeSaulnier? DeCheney? Aye. Dutton? Flores? Aye. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? Aye. Hollingsworth? Aye. Huff? Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Price? Romero?
Aye.
Aye. Runner? Aye. Smidian? Steinberg? Strickland? Aye. Walters? Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Wyland? Aye. Yee.
Call the absent members.
Ashburn? Benoit? Aye. Calderon? Cedillo? Corbett? Correa? Cox? Aye. Denham? Aye. DeSaulnier? Dutton? Aye. Huff? Aye. Liu? Maldonado? Oropesa? Pavley? Price? Smidian? Steinberg? Walters? Wright? Yee.
Ayes 23, noes 1. The amendments are concurred in. Members, we do have a Latino caucus meeting that's meeting off the floor at the moment. Absolutely. And it would be me too. So we're going to put measures on call. Senator Kehoe, for what purpose do you rise?
Madam President, I'm calling an Appropriations Committee hearing immediately in 3100.
Members of the Appropriations Committee immediately off the floor to hear one item. File item 86, Senator Simidian. Passed temporarily. File item 87, Senator Negrete McLeod. 87. Passed temporarily. File item 89, Senator Price, passed temporarily. File item 90, passed temporarily. File item 91, Senator Alquist. Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 81 by Senator Alquist, an act relating to regional occupational centers or programs and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Thank you, Madam President and members. I rise to concur in Assembly amendments for SB 81. SB 81 requires that a regional occupation center or program, ROCP, established and maintained by school districts as a joint powers agency, receive its operating funds directly from the County Office of Education of the county in which it is located. SB 81 has no fiscal impact and remains consistent with SBX 34 by ensuring local control and flexibility. SB 81 has no opposition and is supported by many segments of the education community. I respectfully ask for your support.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Benoit? Calderon? Cedillo? Cogdill? Corbett? Correa? Cox? Denham? DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Dutton? Flores? Hancock? Harmon? Hollingsworth? Huff? Kehoe? Leno? Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Price? Romero?
Aye.
Aye. Runner? Smidian? Steinberg? Strickland? Walters? Wiggins? Wolk? Wright? Wyland? Yee. Wiggins, aye. Correa, aye.
Ayes 9, noes 0. Senator Alquist moves a call. Members, we're going to return to file item 87. Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill. Senate Bill 32 by Senator Negrete McLeod, an act relating to energy.
Thank you, Madam President and members. SB 32 expands the existing feed-in tariff program to provide a greater incentive for renewable distribution generation. Amendments taken in the Assembly did the following. It deleted the language that would have directed the PUC to develop technology-specific pricing. Number 2, added several safety-related provisions requested by the electrical workers, including a biannual inspection of the facility. 3, ensure that the link to the cost containment provisions in the renewable portfolio standards would only take effect if SB 14 is enacted to increase the cost cap in the RPS law. And number 4, made various technical and clarifying changes. In its current form, this bill is supported by a wide variety of groups, including Environment California, the California State Association of Electrical Workers, the California Farm Bureau. I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? Aye. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Aye. Benoit? Aye. Calderon? Cedillo? Cogdill? Corbett? Correa? Aye. Cox? Denham? DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Dutton? Aye. Flores? Hancock? Harmon? Aye. Hollingsworth? Aye. Huff? Aye. Kehoe? Leno? Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Aye. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Price? Romero?
Aye.
Aye. Runner? Smidian? Steinberg? Strickland? Aye. Walters? Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Wright? Aye. Wyland? Yee.
Call the absent members.
Calderon? Cedillo? Cogdill? Corbett? Cox? Denham, Ducheney, Flores, Hancock, Kehoe, Leno, Oropesa, Pavley, Price, Runner, Smidian, Steinberg, Walters, Wolk, Wyland, Yee.
Ayes 19, noes 0. Senator Negrete McLeod moves a call. Members, file item 92 and 93 have been sent to the Rules Committee. File item 94 passed temporarily. File item 95, Senator DeSaulnier, not at his desk. File item 96, Senator Padilla. Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 407 by Senator Padilla, an act relating to water conservation.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Members, this bill is back for concurrence with Assembly amendments, and with these amendments, the California Association of Realtors and the Business Property Association has removed their opposition, as has the California Apartment Association. Specifically, SB 407 lays out timeframes and triggers for the retrofit to more efficient water and plumbing fixtures for both residential as well as multifamily and commercial properties. The bill is sponsored by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, as well as Aqua and the San Francisco Public Utilities, and is believed to lead to savings of almost 4 million acre-feet of water through these tools. Would ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Senator Harman.
Question of the author. You mentioned opposition had been removed. I didn't pick up on who has been removed, and particularly where are the realtors on this, if you know?
California Association of Realtors has removed their opposition.
So they're neutral?
Yes, the California Business Property Owners Association has removed their opposition. The California Apartment Association is neutral.
All right, thank you very much.
Senator Padilla, you may close.
Ask for your aye vote.
Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? No. Benoit? No. Calderon? Cedillo? Cogdill? No. Corbett? Correa? Cox? Denham? DeSaulnier? Ducheney? Dutton? No. Flores? Hancock? Harmon? Hollingsworth? No. Huff? No. Kehoe? Leno? Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Oropesa? Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Price? Romero?
Aye.
Aye. Runner? Smidian? Steinberg? Strickland? No. Walters? Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Wright? Wyland? Yee. Yes. Wright, aye.
Ayes 7, noes 8. Senator Padilla moves a call. File item 97 has been referred to the Rules Committee. File item 98, Senator Lowenthal. File item 98 on the passed temporarily. File item 99, Senator Leno. Passed temporarily. File item 100, Senator Alquist. This is a 2/3 vote measure.
Yes, I'll present.
It's a 2/3 vote measure.
It's fine.
Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 769 by Senator Alquist, an act relating to federal funding and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Thank you, Madam President. SB 769 will provide guidelines for the distribution of federal stimulus funds used to respond to N1H1, commonly known as the swine flu. This funding mechanism has been used successfully for the past 5 years and ensures an equitable split between the state 30% and the locals 70%. The bill has enjoyed bipartisan support and has received no votes. Assembly amendments narrowed the bill to deal with H1N1 swine flu funding and updated the source of the funding. Additionally, an urgency clause was added to ensure that local health jurisdictions will benefit from this bill before this year's flu season starts. So to remain healthy, We need to pass this in concurrence. Thank you.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Benoit? Calderon? Cedillo? Cogdill? Corbett? Correa? Cox? Denham? DeSaulnier? DeCheney? Dutton? Flores? Hancock? Harmon? Hollingsworth? Huff? Kehoe? Leno? Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Oropesa? Padilla? Pavley? Price? Romero?
Aye.
Aye. Runner? Smidian? Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? Aye. Walters? Wiggins? Wolk? Wright? Weiland? Yee. Strickland, aye to no.
Call the absent members.
Onnested, Ashburn, Benoit, Calderon, Cedillo, Cogdill, Corbett, Correa, Cox, Denham, DeSaulnier, DeCheney, Dutton, Flores, Hancock, Harmon, Hollingsworth, Huff, Kehoe, Leno, Maldonado, Negrete McLeod, Oropesa, Padilla, Pavley, Price, Runner, Smidian, Walters, Wiggins, Aye. Wolk, Aye. Wright, Aye. Weiland, Yee.
Ayes 8, noes 1. Senator on the urgency, ayes 8, noes 1 on the measure. Senator Alquist moves a call. File item 101 has been referred to the Rules Committee. File item 102, Senator Wright. Senator Wright, are you prepared to take this item up at this time? Committee on GO.
Right.
Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 829 by the Committee on Governmental Organization and Act relating to gambling.
Get the paper out. Again, this provides the Gambling Control Authority the ability to administer oaths of office and a couple of other things. I'm not aware of any opposition. It was a committee bill in GO. It had 39 votes on the way out. There are minor assembly amendments. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested, aye. Alquist, aye. Ashburn, aye. Benoit, aye. Calderon, Cedillo, Cogdill, Corbett, Correa, Cox, Denham, DeSaulnier, DeCheney, Dutton, Flores, Hancock, Harmon, aye. Hollingsworth, aye. Huff, aye. Kehoe, Leno, Liu, aye. Lowenthal, aye. Maldonado, Negrete McLeod, Oropesa, Padilla, Pavley, Price, Romero,
Aye.
aye. Runner, Smidian, Steinberg, Strickland, Walters, Wiggins, aye. Wolk, Wright, aye. Weiland, Yee. Strickland, aye. Calderon, aye. Maldonado, aye. Dutton, aye.
Ayes 16, noes 0. Senator Wright moves a call. File item 103, Senator Smidian, passed temporarily. File item 104, do we have a floor manager? File item 105, do we have a floor manager?
Madam President.
Senator Benoit, for what purpose do you rise?
We don't have items beyond 103 at our desks as of this time.
File item, Sergeants, if we could take a look at the documents. File item 104 is on Assembly third reading file. It's AB 196. And file item 105 is AB 1318. So they need. Yeah. Senator Harman, Senator Onestad, Senator Benoit, you don't have these two items in your supplemental? You do have them. All right. Does any member have an item to take up at this time on the supplemental file or on the regular Senate daily file, either unfinished business or Assembly third reading file? Members, we are waiting for the Appropriations Committee to adjourn. Senator Strickland, for what purpose do you rise?
Madam President, I would like to put a letter into the journal. It's been agreed to on both sides about SB 744.
Please bring the letter forward. Members, do we have a floor manager for file item 83? File item 83, this is Assemblyman Huffman, AB 920. Assembly Bill 64, file item 84, do we have a floor manager for Assemblymember Krikorian? File item 84. Which one? File item 84 was referred to the Rules Committee. File item 84. Senator Lowenthal, are you prepared to take up file item 98 on concurrence? Okay, you are waiting for a letter to be submitted to the Journal. Members' Appropriations Committee has just adjourned. We have a number of members who were in approach who will be ready to take up their bills at this time. Senator Ducheney. Senator Ducheney. Senator Ducheney, you have several items. Which item would you care to take up first?
Let me see. Why don't we start with the supplemental file bills? Let me see. Hold on. Where's Mr. Price? Hold on 1 second, Madam Chair. Just a minute.
Senator Alquist, for what purpose do you seek recognition? Senator Alquist.
Thank you, Madam President. Health Committee will be meeting right now in room 3191. We have 3 bills to hear, SB 337, SB 400, and SB 499.
Members of Health Committee, please go to room 3191. 3 bills to be taken up. All bills will be placed on call during this time. Senator Ducheney, file item 88.
Madam Chair, I apologize, but one of those bills is mine too, so let's see what we can do. Number 88 is SB 65.
Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 65 by the Budget and Fiscal Review Committee, enacting state finances and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Oh, wait a minute. That's the wrong one. Here we go. Wait. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. That's all. Because they're mixed numbers, I'm lost. This is SB 65.
SB 65 is file item 88.
All right. Thank you very much. Madam President and members, this bill allows for additional cash deferrals and provides an increase in the credit enhancement of letters of credit for the state treasurer to minimize additional costs to the state. The bill defers certain higher education payments, revises the highway user tax for local government deferrals, which is an advantage for many local communities, and specifically states that these deferrals shall not apply to a county with a population of less than 40,000. It does delay certain other payments to the federal government and increases the cap from 2% to 3% on the annual amount of fees and costs and expenses to be incurred by the state in connection with letters of credit. While this will increase the cap till 2013, it is estimated this will create a cost avoidance of $150 million in 910, and the long-term costs will only be $20 million, and we save $150 million this year. These are all cash deferrals. These are bills that have been requested by the Department of Finance and the State Controller's Office and the Treasurer's Office. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested, Alquist, Ashburn, Benoit, Calderon, Cedillo, Cogdill, Corbett, Correa, Cox, Denham, DeSaulnier, Ducheney, Dutton, Flores, Hancock. Aye. Harmon. Hollingsworth. Huff. Kehoe. Aye. Leno. Liu. Lowenthal. Maldonado. Negrete McLeod. Oropesa. Padilla. Pavley. Aye. Price. Aye. Romero.
Aye.
Aye. Runner. Smidian. Steinberg. Strickland. Walters. Wiggins. Aye. Wolk. Aye. Wright. Aye. Wyland. Yee. Yee, aye. Hancock. Aye to no.
Ayes 10, noes 1 on the urgency. Ayes 10, noes 1 on the measure. Senator Duchesne moves a call. Next item.
If I might skip, Madam President, to file item 90, and we'll allow Senator Price can take up number 89 after I'm done and go to Health Committee.
Okay. File item 89. Senator Price, Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 67 by the Committee on Budget and Fiscal Review, an act relating to local finance and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
I asked for...
It's file item 89. Senator...
Well, I was trying to do mine, and then you can do him while I go to Health.
Okay, my mistake. File item 90. File item 90. Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 67 by the Budget and Fiscal Review Committee, an act relating to local government finance and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Thank you very much. Madam President and members, this bill is the Prop 1A securitization cleanup to the actions taken in the July revision package. Most significantly, it clarifies and revises the dates and timelines at the suggestion of local governments, bond counsel, and the Treasurer's Office in order to streamline the process and eliminate ambiguity for bond investors. It limits the securitization to one joint power authority to minimize state costs, allows cities to borrow from their redevelopment agency to backfill for the 1A suspension, and makes other technical and clarifying changes to facilitate the securitization of Proposition 1A receivables so that local governments will suffer the least harm by virtue of exercising that constitutional provision. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested, Alquist, Ashburn, Benoit, Calderon, aye. Cedillo, Cogdill, Corbett, Correa, Cox, Denham, DeSaulnier, Duchesne, aye. Dutton, Flores, Hancock, Harmon, Hollingsworth, Huff, Kehoe, aye. Leno, Liu, aye. Lowenthal, Maldonado, Negrete McLeod, Oropesa, aye. Padilla, Pavley, Price, aye. Romero,
Aye.
aye. Runner, Smidian, Steinberg, Strickland, Walters, Wiggins, aye. Wolk, Wright, aye. Wyland, Yee.
Ayes 9, noes 0. Senator on the urgency. Ayes 9, noes 0 on the measure. Senator Duchesne moves a call. Senator Price, file item 89. Call the absent members. Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 66 by Senator Price, an act relating to corporations, making an appropriation therefore, and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Thank you, Madam President. SB 66 revised certain budget language related to the Small Business Loan Guarantee Program. More specifically, the bill deletes the existing budget provisions and instead reverts $8.3 million from the Small Business Expansion Fund to the General Fund for the purpose of meeting other financial obligations of the state. It also allows the existing program to continue to serve California's small business community and restores the program's ability to make loan guarantees, direct loans, and provide for lines of credit. For over 30 years, the Small Business Loan Program has been used to help establish, support, and promote thousands of small businesses throughout the state of California that have no other avenues of obtaining support. Without the restoration of this program, the state will take a huge step backwards in its efforts to promote economic recovery. We simply cannot have economic recovery in this state without small businesses. While a smaller fund will result in fewer small businesses being served, unlike the previous language, the program will remain intact. There's no known opposition, and I urge your aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested, Alquist, Ashburn, Benoit, Calderon, aye. Cedillo, Cogdill, Corbett, Correa, Cox, Denham, DeSaulnier, DeChaney, aye. Dutton, Flores, Hancock, aye. Harmon, Hollingsworth, Huff, Kehoe, aye. Leno, Liu, aye. Lowenthal, Maldonado, Negrete McLeod, Oropesa, aye. Padilla, Pavley, Price, aye. Romero,
Aye.
aye. Runner, Smidian, Steinberg, Strickland, Walters, Wiggins, aye. Wolk, Wright, aye. Weiland, Yee. Yee, aye.
Ayes 11, no 0 on the urgency. Ayes 11, no 0 on the measure. Senator Price moves a call. Senator DeChaney, do you wish to take up another item?
On the supplemental file, Madam Chair, file item 104.
File item 104. Secretary, please read.
Assembly Bill 196 by the Assembly Committee on Budget, enacting to emergency services and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Thank you very much. Madam President and members, at the request of the Governor's Office and certainly the state's firefighters, we have brought again the Emergency Response Initiative, similar to bills that we discussed in budget both in January, February, in July. This bill would create a surcharge on fire and multi-peril property insurance policies to increase the state and local ability to respond to emergencies which occur anywhere in our state, including particularly wildfires that we're conscious of. Certainly this last month we have seen the need for firefighters to be dispatched to the Central Coast, to San Bernardino Mountains, to Los Angeles area, and we are facing threat throughout the state in this climate at the moment, throughout the fall. It would also allow for emergency response to floods and earthquakes, which certainly have happened at other times and other times of the year in this state. The bill would establish a 4.8% surcharge on fire and multi-peril commercial and residential property insurance policies, generating an estimated $479 million in 10-11. Requires the revenue generated to be used for programs operated by the California Emergency Management Agency, Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, and the Military Department, and creates a new local government mutual aid enhancement program to allow 31% of the revenues to be provided to local agency for the purpose of enhancing their mutual aid capacity, enabling us to be more responsive as a system throughout the state. Two recent technical amendments. The implementation date was changed from April 2010 to July 1, and clarifies that if a policy is canceled before the end of term for which is issued, the surcharge is not refunded. Members, this is an important part of maintaining the infrastructure of our budget and the infrastructure of our state, and providing the services that our constituents rely on. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Senator Dutton.
Yeah, actually, just a question, because I remember this topic came up during conference committee, and there was some concerns about on this actually being a tax situation. So I was just curious if maybe Senator DeChaney could share with us why it's different now than it was, because it was the opinion of Ledge Council, as I recall at the time that we were talking about this, that it actually would be a tax as opposed to a fee, and it was something that would require voter approvals and so forth.
I don't know that it requires voter approval. I think that is why it's a two-thirds vote. I think that opinion was rendered in the earlier rounds. I think folks have recognized that, and that's why it's a two-thirds vote bill.
Okay, so this is going to, all right. Well, the only thing I would say then, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's a situation, there's no doubt that fire safety and law enforcement are two of our highest priorities, and they should be actually the first thing that we fund. Because they should be our top priority. But to tack on an additional tax burden to the people of California is very unreasonable, especially given the fact that a lot of these same people you're talking about, they actually are paying a lot more money for fire safety and things, just like down in some of our newly developing areas. A lot of them are established with community facility districts that have an extra $500 or $600 a year that they're actually paying for increased fire services. So this doesn't seem reasonable. I agree with the priority, but I don't necessarily agree with this being the way that we should actually go about it. I would encourage a no vote.
Senator Duchesny, you may close.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Again, this was the governor's proposal that was originally a smaller amount and grew into a full emergency response initiative throughout the budget year process. Appreciating the concern that folks are paying, fire fees in one area or another. The truth is we still need to support CAL FIRE and all the emergency services that are necessary when we have floods, earthquakes, and fires. I think this is a reasonable way to approach it. It's on our insurance policies, both commercial and residential. It is a small percentage and should not be a large impact on people's budgets, and certainly the impact of having fire and not having a response or not being able to defend our homes would be a much higher impact on many people. I would ask for your aye vote.
Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested, Alquist, Ashburn, Benoit, Calderon, I. Cedillo, Cogdill, Corbett, I. Correa, Cox, Denham, Dusanier, DeCheney, I. Dutton, no. Flores, Hancock, Harmon, Hollingsworth, no. Huff, no. Kehoe, I. Leno, Liu, I. Lowenthal, I. Maldonado, I. Negrete McLeod, Oropesa, I. Padilla, Pavley, Price, Romero,
Aye.
I. Runner, no. Smidian, Steinberg, Strickland, Walters, Wiggins, Wolk, Wright, I. Wyland, Yee. Yee, aye. Price, aye. Wiggins, aye.
Ayes 13, noes 4 on the urgency. Ayes 13, noes 4 on the measure. Senator Duchesny moves a call. On the regular file, Senator Yee, file item 80 on the Senate daily file. Assembly Bill's third reading. File item 80. Secretary, please read.
Assembly Bill 985 by Assemblymember De La Torre, enacting the real property.
Thank you very much, Madam President and Senators. This measure was previously approved in this House by a vote of 23-2, but that vote had to be rescinded for chappering out amendments. Senators, let me just briefly remind everyone that this bill is really about creating a more efficient system to remove discriminatory languages in our covenants. These are housing covenants, and with that, urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested, Alquist, Ashburn, Benoit, Calderon, I. Cedillo, Cogdill, Corbett, I. Correa, Cox, Denham, Dusanier, DeCheney, Dutton, Flores, Hancock, Harmon, Hollingsworth, Huff, Kehoe, I. Leno, Liu, I. Lowenthal, Maldonado, Negrete McLeod, Oropesa, I. Padilla, Pavley, Price, I. Romero,
Aye.
I. Runner, Smidian, Steinberg, Strickland, Walters, Wiggins, I. Wolk, Wright, Wyland, Yee. Yee, aye. Denham, no. Padilla, aye.
Ayes 10, noes 1. Senator Yee moves a call. Senator Yee?
Thank you very much, Madam President. Just my request, if we could submit this letter to the Journal in regards to SB 242, and clear it on both sides.
Please bring the letter to the desk. Senator Kehoe. File item 94. Are you prepared to take this item up on unfinished business supplemental file?
Yes, I am.
Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 372 by Senator Kehoe and Act relating to state parks.
Thank you, Madam President. SB 372 gives the legislature authority to approve major infrastructure within the boundaries of designated existing state parks. Assembly amendments exempt existing deeds, easements, and written agreements with the Department of Recreation. The bill has support from numerous parks organizations, Sierra Club, etc. I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? Alquist? Ashburn? No. Benoit? No. Calderon? Cedillo? Cogdill? Corbett? Aye. Correa? Cox? Denham? No. DeSaulnier? DeCheney? Dutton? No. Flores? Hancock? Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? No. Huff? No. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Lou? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Price? Romero?
Aye.
Aye. Runner? No. Smidian? Steinberg? Strickland? Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee?
Ayes 9, noes 10. Senator Kehoe moves a call. And Senator Kehoe, your second item, file item.
This should be better.
Well, actually, file item 101 was referred to the Rules Committee. Do you have another item? File item 101 on the supplemental file has been referred to the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is Senator Hancock in the chamber or Senator Simidian?
go up on that bill.
Senator Hancock, are you prepared to take up file item 83, Assembly Bills, third reading file?
File item 83.
83. This is a bill by Assemblyman Huffman.
Pass temporarily, but I will in a minute.
Senator Ashburn, for what purpose do you rise?
Well, thank you, Madam President. File item 34, SB 519.
That has been, let me check on this. Senator Ashburn, we're going to hold on that for a moment. The Secretary of the Senate will check on its status. Senator Simitian.
Well, Madam President, just to inquire of the chair, this bill is ready to be taken up. This is the second time that I've tried to speak on behalf of the Highway Patrol officers from throughout the state of California who in good faith have negotiated a memorandum of understanding.
Senator Ashburn, it's not a question of who it is we're checking. It's an MOU, and we are checking on the readiness of that particular MOU to be brought up.
Well,
Senator Simitian, file item 82. Secretary, please read. File item 82.
Assembly Bill 189 by the Assembly Committee on Budget, enacting to state finances, making an appropriation therefore, and declaring the urge thereof to take effect immediately.
Madam President, forgive me, but I believe that file item, and I may have given you the wrong file item number.
I believe that is the wrong item. Which?
I'm looking for SB 19.
Okay, that is on the supplemental file, file item 86 on this afternoon's supplemental file.
My apologies for the wrong file item.
Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 19 by Senator Simitian, enact relating to education data.
Madam President, members, you will recall this measure left our House initially as a placeholder which was designed to ensure California's access to ARA funds, federal stimulus funds, to continue to grow and develop California's statewide educational database system. The statewide educational database system is necessary for two reasons. The first is to make sure we're making careful use and wise use of taxpayer dollars. The second is to make sure that the way we use those dollars is absolutely the most effective way to use those funds in terms of classroom performance. Once we had some guidance from the federal government about what some of those requirements might be, the bill was amended on the Assembly side. Those amendments eliminate a somewhat controversial sentence in existing California state law, which unfortunately has been misconstrued by federal government officials. Notwithstanding the fact that we have tried, both I and State Superintendent of Public Instruction Jack O'Connell and others, to convince the federal officials that the language didn't mean what they thought it means. We thought the best way to deal with this debate was not to keep arguing the point, but to simply make it moot as quickly as possible, ensure that California is eligible not only for $250 million in funding that would help us develop that database further, but also that this is not an impediment when it comes time to ask for our fair share of $4.5 billion in Race to the Top funds. There were some other relatively minor technical components in terms of linkage to the bill that are important in terms of the development, but not particularly significant in terms of policy. I would respectfully ask for an aye vote on concurrence.
Senator Weiland.
Madam President, members, I rise in support of this bill, but as one of the authors of what I think is with all due respect, a more comprehensive bill, I'd just like to say that I appreciate Senator Simitian's commitment over an extended period of time to get data. And one of the great things we've lacked where we spend all this money is simple information. I think the problem comes in using that information in a way, number one, that will dramatically change results which are unacceptable. And, you know, it's sort of a commonplace here. We say we can't stand the dropout rate. We can't stand the dropout rate. We have issues throughout the whole spectrum of education here. We have lots of schools that work, but we can't stand the dropout rate. It will affect the future of the state dramatically, and this is an important attempt to address that. So in that sense, I support it, but I think what we really need is something more complete, and I think that bill is out there, which is also likely to get the federal funds that we need. So I appreciate the effort, and I will vote for the bill.
Senator Huff.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise in qualified support of this bill. And I say qualified because for the same reason that my colleague that spoke just prior to me said, it's a good start. It should qualify us for the federal race to the top funds, but it doesn't go far enough. We need to be competitive, folks. We have a lot of people scrambling for the money. The governor called for an extraordinary session on education to help us become not just qualified, but competitive. We need to be doing things like enhancing school choice. We have some legislation in the extraordinary session that would address that. We need to completely do an overhaul of education. We need to figure out how to make it work, how we not only be competitive for federal funds, that's just a means to an end. The real goal is to indeed become once again that competitive educational system that cranks out world-class students. We have that ability. We need to retool things. This will allow us the first little step. We have a lot more to do, but I do support this bill.
Senator Simitian, you may close.
Thank you, Madam President and members. Let me first say thank you to Senator Huff and to Senator Weiland for their support. And let me, they were very gracious in their qualified support. Let me sort of cut right to the chase on this issue. There is, I think, some concern that if we take this important step, that people may think that's good enough, that that's enough work on the topic. Let me be very clear, that is not my view. This is an essential first step, but it is far from everything we need to do, either in terms of accessing federal funds so that California and California kids get its fair share, and perhaps more significantly, more broadly, so that we do the right thing by the kids in the classroom and by the taxpayer who wants to make sure that his or her dollar is getting spent with the best possible effect in the classroom. So please let me be very clear and on the record in expressing my thanks to Senator Huff and Senator Weiland for their support, because I think what their support also indicates, if I can dig deep into my cliche bag, Madam President, is that it is better to light one candle than to curse the darkness. Even the longest journey begins with a single step. However you want to describe it, members, the fact that there is more to do is not a reason to do nothing today. And I appreciate the support and respectfully ask for an aye vote on concurrence.
Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested, Alquist, Ashburn, Benoit, Calderon, aye. Cedillo, Cogdill, Corbett, aye. Correa, Cox, Denham, no. DeSaulnier, DeCheney, Dutton, aye. Flores, Hancock, aye. Harmon, Hollingsworth, aye. Huff, aye. Kehoe, Leno, Liu, aye. Lowenthal, aye. Maldonado, aye. Negrete McLeod, Oropesa, aye. Padilla, Pavley, Price, Romero, aye. Runner, Simitian, aye. Steinberg, Strickland, Walters, no. Wiggins, aye. Wolk, Wright, aye. Weiland, aye. Yee. Kehoe, aye. Cox, aye. Price, aye.
Call the absent members.
Onnested, Alquist, Ashburn, no. Benoit, Cedillo, Cogdill, Correa, DeSaulnier, aye. DeCheney, Flores, Harmon, aye. Leno, Negrete McLeod, Padilla, Pavley, Runner, Steinberg, Strickland, no. Wolk, aye. Yee.
Ayes 21, noes 4.
Padilla.
Senator Simitian moves a call.
Padilla, aye.
File item 103. Secretary, please read on the supplemental file.
Senate Bill 832 by the Committee on Environmental Quality, an act relating to resources and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Madam President and members, this is the Senate Environmental Quality Committee's annual omnibus measure. It contains provisions to update, clarify, and make non-controversial changes to various programs to increase effective program implementation. The amendments in the Assembly simply updated the governing statute of the California Pollution Control Financing Authority. CPCFA provides financing to pollution control projects throughout the state. I believe this is a non-controversial measure. It has received no votes thus far, and I would ask for an aye vote on concurrence.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested, Alquist, Ashburn, Benoit, Calderon, Cedillo, Cogdill, Corbett, aye. Correa, Cox, Denham, no. DeSaulnier, aye. DeCheney, Dutton, Flores, Hancock, aye. Harmon, Hollingsworth, Huff, Kehoe, Leno, aye. Liu, aye. Lowenthal, aye. Maldonado, Negrete McLeod, Oropesa, aye. Padilla, Pavley, aye. Price, Romero, aye. Runner, Simitian, aye. Steinberg, aye. Strickland, Walters, Wiggins, aye. Wolk, aye. Wright, aye. Wyland, Yee. Hollingsworth, no. Price, aye. Kehoe, aye.
Ayes 16, noes 2. Senator Simitian moves a call. File item 95. Senator DeSaulnier, are you prepared to take this up at this time? Pass temporarily. Senator Lowenthal, any status on your letter? Still waiting. Senator Leno, not at his desk. Madam President. Senator Ducheney. Senator Ducheney, are you prepared to take up any other items at this time?
Sure.
Which item?
On the regular file, Madam President, file item 60.
File item 60 on the regular file. Secretary, please read.
Assembly Bill 182 by the Assembly Committee on Budget, an act relating to community redevelopment and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Thank you very much, Madam President and members. This bill is a cleanup to the July budget revisions related to the redevelopment agencies, the shift in funds for 09-10 and 10-11 that will provide relief to the State General Fund. And this bill makes the following changes. Provides additional flexibility to the redevelopment agencies to make the 9-10 transfer by allowing them to borrow from existing balances in low and moderate housing fund. Current law already allows for some borrowing like that from the 9-10 transfer, but the loans must be fully repaid within 5 years. Allows the Director of Finance to use updated data on redevelopment agencies for purposes of calculating shares. They may use the 07-08 edition of the Controller's Redevelopment Annual Report. If it's not released in time, he may use the 06-7, but must make revisions to exclude amounts apportioned to any RDA that deleted territory from their project project prior to August 109. The bill is an urgency because these statutory changes must be in effect prior to November 15th in order for the Director of Finance to determine the appropriate redevelopment shares for each of our redevelopment agencies. Remember, I know all of us, some of us reluctantly, some of us not at all, but voted on this package. A lot of us have concerns about taking these monies from local government and borrowing them, but it is a borrow, members, and we need that assistance. Local governments have used redevelopment agencies to sequester property taxes away from the schools, and in this budget climate, that became part of the July revisions. It was signed by the governor. Finance is now asking for these revisions. In fact, will assist people in better and more easily complying with that act, which, for better or worse, whether we voted for it or not, is the law today, and this will assist them in complying with it in a more reasonable fashion for all local governments. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested, Alquist, Ashburn, Benoit, Calderon, aye. Cedillo, Cogdill, Corbett, aye. Correa, Cox, Denham, Desaulniers, aye. Duchesne, aye. Dutton, no. Flores, Hancock, Harmon, Hollingsworth, no. Huff, Kehoe, aye. Leno, aye. Liu, aye. Lowenthal, aye. Maldonado, Negrete McLeod, Oropesa, aye. Padilla, aye. Pavley, Price, aye. Romero, aye. Runner, no. Smidian, aye. Steinberg, Strickland, Walters, Wiggins, Wolk, aye. Wright, aye. Wyland, Yee. Wiggins, aye.
Ayes 16, noes 3 on the urgency. Ayes 16, noes 3 on the measure. Senator Duchesne moves a call. Senator Hancock, file item 83. Okay, let's hold it. Senator Duchesne, which is your next item?
File item 65.
File item 65 on the regular Assembly Bill's third reading file. Please, Secretary, please read.
Assembly Bill 187 by the Assembly Committee on Budget, an act relating to student financial aid and making an appropriation therefore and declaring the urge thereof to take effect immediately.
Thank you very much. Madam President and members, as universities and higher education community college programs throughout the state have started, as the regents and the CSU trustees discuss possible increases in tuition already again for next year due to the absolute crisis of lack of funding we have provided for them, it is more than ever imperative that we have a strong Cal Grant program to support our students who are entering those institutions of higher learning. In the line item vetoes of the summer, the governor have the Student Aid Commission's operating budgets pegging the restoration to enactment of program to try to decentralize the Cal Grant program, which had been discussed during the budget period. The original process the legislature found to be seriously flawed. This tries to remedy that, and if not addressed immediately, this will put the entire student aid program at risk, members. So that being the case, this intended compromise legislation calls for the development of a pilot program to allow us to test an alternative method of delivering, as the governor proposed, student aid through one-stop shops, if you will, at the CSU and UC system. And community colleges, and requires those institutions participating in the pilot program to serve as one-stop shops. If you're going to do this, we want you to do it, and the idea is if you can serve as a one-stop financial aid stop where all of the university's programs, including the Cal Grant program, can be packaged for the student and done all at one time with one application and one loan officer. We think that might be an improvement, and appropriates $4.3 million to the Student Aid Commission to restore their baseline funding that helps with outreach, supports the private universities' Cal Grant program, and other portions of their basic budget, so that we can start trying to do the one-stop and then see where we are in next year's budget for a longer-term possible reform to this system. I think this is a very positive compromise, members, and moves us both in a direction of streamlining assistance to students and at the same time protecting their ability to continue to get aid throughout this school year. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested, Alquist, aye. Ashburn, Benoit, Calderon, aye. Cedillo, Cogdill, Corbett, aye. Correa, aye. Cox, Denham, Denham no. Dusanier, aye. Duchesne, Dutton, Flores, Hancock, aye. Harmon, Hollingsworth, Huff, Kehoe, aye. Leno, aye. Liu, aye. Lowenthal, aye. Maldonado, Negrete McLeod, aye. Oropesa, aye. Padilla, aye. Pavley, Price, aye. Romero,
aye.
Aye. Runner, Smidian, aye. Steinberg, Strickland, Walters, Wiggins, aye. Wolk, aye. Wright, aye. Wyland, Yee.
Ayes 19, noes 1 on the urgency. Ayes 19, noes 1 on the measure. Senator Duchesne moves a call. Next item.
File item 82.
Which item?
82.
File item 82. Secretary, please read.
Assembly Bill 189 by the Assembly Committee on Budget, an act relating to state finances, making an appropriation therefore, and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Thank you very much. Madam President and members, at the request of the Treasurer's Office, this bill would increase the cap from 2% to 3%, as discussed in the earlier deferral bill, on the annual amount of fees and costs that can be incurred by the state in connection with letters of credit. We're doing this separate bill in the event that there is a problem with the two pieces being together. This bill would enact and avoid chaptering problems with the deferral bill that we discussed earlier. These would, again, this process and doing this will save the state at least $152 million in 9-10, possibly as much as $600 million in 10-11 on cost avoidance of on our letters of credit. By increasing the cap, we avoid future costs with some expense that we believe possibly as little as $20 million we can save several hundred million. It is an important piece of what we are trying to doing to keep all of the finances together at the Treasurer's request. Ask for your aye vote.
Senator Runner.
Is this working? Yes. I see we're doing a series of what appear to be kind of cleanup bills to kind of help implement the budget discussions and issues that we've had in the past. Yesterday in Health and Human Services, we had a bill by Assemblymember Huffman that was supported by the disabilities community because the processes that were in place are very difficult for the end users. And so the disabilities community was seeking to go ahead and try to make it, again, revenue neutral, but try to make it so the end users are not hurt in this process and get the maximum benefits. I think that bill passed out unanimously out of that committee, and somehow, rather than going to appropriations where the motion was made, it ended up in rules. And so I would hope that all of these bills that we're trying to do that help end users and make our programs more efficient and effective would some way find themselves to the floor so that we could vote on those. And any help that the chair could give us on that, I'm sure would be appreciated by me, the disabilities community, the chair of Human Services. All of us would love to see a bill like that on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Renner. I am aware that that bill existed. I did not know that it was heard yesterday because it isn't being referred to budget. I am aware of it. I know there is some controversy about what folks are concerned that they're fixing was there, and there's cost pressures, but I haven't looked at the bill, and I do not sit on Human Services.
And there very well may be, and that's why I think probably going to appropriations or maybe the budget committee would be the appropriate place to identify that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested. Alquist. I. Ashburn. Benoit. Calderon. I. Cedillo. Cogdill. Corbett. I. Correa. I. Cox. Denham. DeSaulnier. I. Duchesne. I. Dutton. Flores. Hancock. I. Harmon. Hollingsworth. Huff. Kehoe. I. Leno. I. Liu. I. Lowenthal. I. Maldonado. Negrete McLeod. I. Oropesa. Padilla. I. Pavley. I. Price. I. Romero.
Aye.
I. Runner. Smidian. Steinberg. I. Strickland. Walters. Wiggins. I. Wolk. I. Wright. Weiland. Yee.
Ayes 19, no 0 on the urgency. Ayes 19, no 0 on the measure. Senator Duchesne moves a call. What happened? Senator Steinberg.
Yeah, there he is.
Senator Steinberg, for what purpose do you rise? You have a number of items you wish to take up.
Thank you very much, Madam President. If I might take up file item 78.
File item 78 on the regular file. Secretary, please read.
Assembly Bill 88 by the Committee on Public Employment and Retirement and Social Security, an act relating to state employees, making an appropriation therefore, and declaring the urge thereof to take effect immediately.
Thank you very much, Madam President. This bill is the ratification of the Memorandum of Understanding agreed to by the Schwarzenegger administration and SEIU Local 1000's 9 bargaining units back in February of this year. One of the things that holds us together, sort of the glue of how we operate, is that a deal's a deal's a deal, and an agreement is an agreement. And back in February, after intense negotiations, SEIU Local 1000 signed a deal with the governor that included concessions and cost-saving measures, and included the only contractually agreed upon furlough day. The MOU includes a pay reduction, the furlough day, which saves the state $340 million. If we're
Senator Ashburn, point of personal privilege.
No, point of order, Madam President. I attempted on this floor twice today to present a memorandum of understanding. My file order preceded the file order of this measure. I was instructed that it was not appropriate to present my measure with the memorandum of understanding for the members of the California Highway Patrol. I don't see a similar admonition to the President Pro Tem in presenting this measure at this time.
Senator Ashburn, we do not necessarily present bills in file order. There are appropriate times when measures come up on the floor for debate. The request from the desk was to hold that item over. We will return to it at the appropriate time. The Pro Tem is on the floor. As we know, he's negotiating a water deal. He happens to be in the chamber at this moment, wishes to return to his office to continue deliberations, hopefully to conclude as successful water negotiation. As a courtesy to the pro tem of the Senate, we are allowing him to take up a number of his items, given that he's on the floor at the time.
Well,
Senator Ashburn, we will return to all items from all senators at the appropriate time.
Madam President, point of personal privilege.
Please
to
proceed.
suggest that any member of this body's time is more valuable than another is hardly an appropriate ruling, I would suggest. And I simply ask that there be fairness and courtesy extended to the members. There has been no reason given by you, nor anyone from Rules, as to why my measures could not be taken up in a timely manner. However, and I certainly have no objection to my dear friend, the President pro tempore, from presenting this measure now. I simply don't understand the manner in which I was dealt with earlier today.
Thank you, Senator Ashburn. Senator Steinberg.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Ashburn, for your comments. Let me just make clear that I wanted the opportunity to take up this long-standing MOU. It's the first order of business. I have no problem with Senator Ashburn as soon as I'm done here with these 2 or 3 bills that I have to take up to take up the other bill in question. Right?
Senator Steinberg. Senator Cox, on this item.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, I rise because this bill was held in appropriations. Madam Chair, I'm trying to figure out how it got on the floor of the Senate, because it certainly was not on an action of the Appropriations Committee. Excuse me, the Senate Appropriation Committee. And it occurs to me that in order to get it from the appropriations suspense calendar, someone had to make that decision that it would come to the Senate floor. And I'm just wondering how that process occurred, and if you will, who authorized the transfer from the suspense file to the floor, and who in fact did it. That's my question, Madam.
Senator Cox, I cannot answer all those questions. As the presiding officer, the item is eligible to be debated on the floor of the Senate. It is my job to move the floor of the Senate. I'm going to go ahead and turn now to Senator Steinberg to continue his presentation. Those conversations are best held with the pro tem. Senator Steinberg, you may continue with your presentation.
President, if I could then, would the President pro tem be so gracious as to tell us how this bill got from suspense to the floor of the Senate? Who made the transfer? Who authorized it? When was it authorized? And so that we could have a better understanding of how the system works, Madam Chair.
Senator Cox, the pro tem of the Senate, has always been a gentleman and a statesman. I'm sure in the presentation of the measure he will be more than gracious in addressing any question that's put to him by any member.
Madam President,
Senator Cox,
and I concur.
Thank you. Let's allow Senator Steinberg the courtesy to continue with his presentation. Senator Steinberg.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The bill was moved to the Rules Committee of the House. At or around the time, I believe that it was late August. Moved there in the hope that we could come to an agreement and understanding with the minority party about the importance of ratifying a collective bargaining agreement between 9 bargaining units and the administration. In the last days here, it appears that there is no such agreement. I made the decision, stand by the decision, to move the bill from the Rules Committee to the floor so there could at least be an up and down vote on respecting the process known as collective bargaining, where a governor and administration sits down with an appropriate bargaining unit. They sit down, they negotiate in good faith, they come to an agreement is reached I ask the members of this floor to respect that agreement and vote yes on the ratification.
Is there any discussion or debate? Senator Hollingsworth.
It would be nice if we were able to continue with these types of things when we have a good budget situation. Unfortunately, just as October's budget became February's budget and the revenues tanked, we had to change things. And then February's budget became this past July's budget, and we had to cut spending. Things, unfortunately, are not very good right now when you're talking about California's budget. This was negotiated before the February budget. Members of the Senate, a lot has changed since then, given the state's fiscal condition. So I've got to ask you, this is $800 million over the next 2 years. It's over it's $394 million this year. Where's the money going to come from? The legislature has already failed to deliver a number of measures. We're already seeing that our economy, while the rest of the country appears to be coming out of the recession, ours is still stumbling. We cannot afford this, and we should not pass it.
Senator Denham.
Madam President, members, I certainly am not opposed to the policy or to this MOU itself, but I am concerned about the procedure that has happened here to get it here. And my question to the author would be, the majority party put this bill on suspense. The majority party scored this as a huge expense to the state. Now the majority party has pulled this off of suspense and brought it to the floor. I would assume, since you scored the numbers and since you sent it to suspense, that you must have some plan of filling the hole that you sent it to suspense in the first place. So the very $800 million that Senator Hollingsworth was talking about, I assume that there's a plan that we would like to have shared with every member.
Senator Steinberg, do you wish to address all items in your close? Okay, Senator Runner.
While I appreciate a deal is a deal, I think we talked a little bit about how time can sometimes change a deal. But yet there was another deal that we all made in here back, just a few weeks ago, and that was to bring our budget back in balance. Now, it seems to me this was not addressed in that issue, that budget depended on things that this particular MOU undoes. So I guess it's an interesting thing to talk about what a deal is, and I guess you can point to which deal you're talking about. But the deal that we did most recently on this floor was a deal that required, in order to kind of bring back under control our state spending, were 3 furlough days. This undoes that deal. And in fact, in undoing this deal, as you said, as you pointed out in your remarks there, this would actually create a savings. Well, in fact, it doesn't create a savings. In fact, according to the budget deal that we all voted on, this actually creates a $380 million new hole. So I think we need to decide that maybe conditions are different than when it is that this was first negotiated, and in fact was actually understood when the budget was done. And we need to be consistent and follow up on what it is that this House voted on just a few weeks ago and asked for a no vote.
Senator Cox.
Madam President, on your desk is a computer, a laptop computer that has a touch screen to it. I would encourage all of you that perhaps have not looked at this before, but there's a section over there on the left-hand side, second from the bottom up, called History. And if you do that, what you will find is that there is an entry here that's dated September the 4th. On August the 25th, it says, from the committee. referred to Committee on Appropriations. And then on September the 4th, it says from committee chair with authors' amendments, amend and re-refer to committee. Read the second time, amended and re-referred to Committee on Appropriations. Now, members, this bill, keep in mind now, is over in the Appropriations Committee. We heard Senator Steinberg say that he, in fact, took it to rules, and then he made the decision to bring it to the floor. But the fact of the matter is it didn't go to rules. On September the 9th, it said it was withdrawn from committee and order placed on the second reading file. Then right above that, it says September the 10th, read the second time, and then it's on to the third reading. Members, let me just say, if I may, that this is a house of rules. There are rules of the way we conduct our business. All of us are expected to honor the rules and to not take advantage of the fact that we are either the minority or the majority party. I simply object to the fact that this is now on the floor of the Senate when it hasn't gone through the necessary process that is prescribed in the Book of Rules. Now, members, if rules don't mean anything in this body, you need to say so. Because if they don't mean anything, we all might as well go home. Because if we don't obey the rules that are on the books, why should any person in the state of California obey the rules? What you could do is you could take the approach that, well, we'll just make them up as we go along. And I know that's not what's intended here, but it just appears that we have a situation of where the House majority is making a rule up as it goes along. And members, I would say to you that frankly is not fair to our constituents and something that we ought to be very, very cautious about in this body, about making up the rules in order to accomplish the things that we have set out to accomplish. It's one thing to go about the rules and get the result that you want. It's another thing to, in fact, make up the rules. And so I ask for a no vote.
Senator Steinberg, you may Senator Harman. Senator Steinberg, you may close.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to say to my colleague, Mr. Cox, that I have great respect for the fact that he is that he is the monitor for all of us about the rules. I appreciate it. No, I mean, I do. And he's my good friend. But I want to correct the mistake and the misimpression that I think you have. Learning a lot here over the last few minutes. When it comes to assembly bills, the Assembly controls what goes into the computer here. The Senate does not. Didn't know that. However, the facts of the matter are as follows. Under Senate Rule 28, this House, with a 21 votes, has the authority to pull a bill from appropriations directly to the floor. On this particular bill, by a 21-vote margin, I'm trying to get the exact date, the 9th of September? On the 9th of September, this House voted by a majority vote to, in fact, follow the rule and move the bill from appropriations from appropriations to the Rules Committee directly to the floor. So, in fact, the rule was followed. And I would be glad to talk to you in greater detail about that fact. I want to address, if I might, Senator Runner's comment about, and Senator Hollingsworth, about the changed fiscal conditions since the bill was negotiated. You want to talk about, first of all, on the furlough issue, the governor's executive order imposing 2 additional furlough days is not, in my view, compromised by ratifying this contract. That issue is before the courts now, and the courts will decide. But SEIU has, in fact, contractually agreed to one furlough day. And even though, Senator Runner, I think you are correct that the collective bargaining agreement includes not only the savings, but it does include some additional costs. Here's what's not accounted for since February. 7,000 layoffs in this state have been implemented, but not scored. Using the average civil service compensation of $68,000 plus, the cost savings from these layoffs alone is $481 million. The state workforce is giving more than its fair share. A 15% cutback, which is in effect now, in contracting out of state services has not been scored. Assuming the conservative numbers used by the governor's own staff, that annual contracting is $9 billion. A 15% reduction is $1.35 billion. Money saved through the hiring freezes that were called in December of 08 and February of 09 have not been scored. And so I think we have an obligation here to respect a duly negotiated in good faith agreement between the unions and the governor, and at the same time be appropriately sensitive to our fiscal situation. I urge an aye vote.
Senator Cox, question of the author after is closed.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Mr. President, thank you for your comments regarding our friendship, and we certainly are friends. But, Mr. President Pro Tem, could you just show me the record of the vote, and I'll go away from that standpoint. I'll stop asking these questions if you can just show me the vote. So, Mr. President, can you show me the vote?
Senator Steinberg.
Senator Cox, I promise you I will show you the vote. I don't have it with me. Again, the issue here is that the Assembly records the votes on Assembly bills. We will go to the Assembly, we'll go track that down, and before session ends tonight, we will have that record for you.
Senator Denham. Senator Denham. We will return to you. Senator Cox.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, if you're willing to show us the records before the session ends, would you mind holding this vote off until you have that piece of paper in your hand so that you can show it to us?
No, Senator Cox. I assume you'd take my word for it. Let's take a vote.
Senator Denham.
Enough already, okay? Enough.
Senator Denham.
A question to the author. In many different discussions now, it has always been a question on whether or not the MOU has to get signed by the governor as every other bill does, or whether it just automatically gets implemented into law.
What's the answer to that?
That's not what they're saying.
It apparently is a question that does not have a clear answer. The way that we have done this here is to put it into bill form and to send back down to the governor for signature. I know we had a conversation about that yesterday where I said I believed it just needed to be ratified, but apparently I'm mistaken.
So if this is going back down to the governor, it's your understanding that he does have the opportunity to veto it?
Correct.
Thank you.
Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested. Alquist. Onnested, no. Alquist, aye. Ashburn. Benoit. Calderon. Aye. Cedillo. Aye. Cogdill. Corbett. Aye. Correa. Aye. Cox. Denham. DeSaulnier. Aye. Duchesne. Aye. Dutton. Flores. Hancock. Aye. Harmon. Hollingsworth. Huff. Kehoe. Aye. Leno. Aye. Liu. Aye. Lowenthal. Aye. Maldonado. Negrete McLeod. Aye. Oropesa. Aye. Padilla. Aye. Pavley. Price. Aye. Romero.
Aye.
Aye. Runner. Smidian. Aye. Steinberg. Aye. Strickland. No. Walters? Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? Yee.
Ayes 22, noes 2. Senator Steinberg moves a call. Senator Steinberg, next item. Senator Dutton, point of information.
Regarding that last item, let's assume for a minute that there has been an error made. Then does that vote then get rescinded, or what is going to happen if we find that we cannot have the record of how it got here procedurally, or if it doesn't exist, or maybe an error was made? What happens to the vote?
Members, any vote can be rescinded upon a request and a majority vote. However, at that, we will cross that bridge when we come to it. To rescind a vote takes 2/3.
But no, I was asking President Steinberg, as much as they're pretty sure that it exists, but if it doesn't show up, are we still going to go forward with this vote, or at that point, or does it not matter?
We don't believe there's an error. If I turn out to be mistaken, then we'll do the right thing. Okay?
Senator Steinberg, next item.
Thank you. I'd like to take up file item 32, please.
File item 32. Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 630 by Senator Steinberg, an act relating to health care coverage.
Thank you very much. Madam President, this bill simply clarifies the existing reconstructive surgery mandate by explicitly including coverage for dental and orthodontic services deemed medically necessary for the completion of cleft palate procedures. With the appropriate procedures, children born with cleft conditions will not have to endure the physical and emotional hardship that they do not deserve. This bill was amended in the Assembly after productive negotiations with the health plans and insurers. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Benoit? Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Cogdill? Corbett? Aye. Correa? Cox? Aye. Denham? Aye. DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Aye. Dutton? Aye. Flores? Hancock? Aye. Harmon? Hollingsworth? Huff? Aye. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Maldonado? Aye. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero?
Aye.
Aye. Runner? Aye. Smidian? Aye. Steinberg? Strickland? Aye. Walters? Aye. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? Aye. Yee? Yee, aye. Cedillo, aye. Onnested, aye. Correa, aye. Cogdill, aye. Harmon, aye.
Ayes 34, noes 0. The amendments are concurred in. Senator Hancock, file item 83. Secretary, please read. File item 83.
Assembly Bill 920 by Assemblymember Huffman, an act relating to energy.
Thank you, Madam President and Senators. AB 920 allows owners of solar or wind generation systems to be compensated by the utility for any surplus energy they produce. Under the existing net metering system, a consumer generator, whether a homeowner, small business, or farm, is able to zero out their energy bill if they generate enough energy to offset their energy use. On an annual basis, the utility makes the computation and does the appropriate billing. However, if a customer pursues other measures to reduce energy use, like energy-efficient appliances, upgrades to insulation, or weatherization, and the result is that their system generates slightly more electricity than they use on an annual basis. That surplus energy simply goes back into the grid without compensation. AB 920 simply requires the utility to purchase that electricity at a wholesale rate which would be established by the PUC. Under this bill, then, the utility would own the renewable energy credit that would count toward their RPS goal. The bill does not allow customers to oversize their system to produce additional power and specifically prohibits cost shifting to other ratepayers. This would encourage greater efficiency, more energy efficiency in homes, and in fact, current law creates right now a negative incentive for customers to use up excess energy rather than simply giving it to the utilities. So I would ask for your aye vote. This is a way to lower utility costs for consumers, to allow our energy companies to meet their RPS goals, and it's really a win-win for everyone.
Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? No. Benoit? No. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? No. Corbett? Aye. Correa? Cox? No. Denham? DeSaulnier? Aye. Duchesne? Aye. Dutton? No. Flores? Hancock? Aye. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? No. Huff? Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Aye. Negrete McLeod? Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Smidian? Aye. Steinberg? Strickland? No. Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? No. Weiland? No. Yee? Denham, no. Yee, aye. Negrete McLeod, no. Correa, no.
Ayes 19, no 16. Senator Hancock moves a call. File item 93. Senator Alquist not at her desk. File item 97, Senator Duchesne. Senator Duchesne, do you wish to take up file item 97 at this time? Senate Bill 499. It is back from committee. Yes, on the supplemental file, file item 97. Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 499 by Senator Duchesne, enact relating to health facilities and making an appropriation therefor.
Thank you very much. Madam President and members, the Health Committee just heard this bill, which will hold hospitals accountable for existing seismic compliance deadlines. It does allow some hospitals who were not able to be reclassified in the HAZUS round to enter, if you will, back into the process set up by Senator Cox's bill a couple of years ago under SB 1661 to meet the 2013 deadlines and those, or possibly get the extension if needed for 2 years. Many of our hospitals, members all know, are facing huge challenges to meet the seismic deadline, and even those who have been trying in good faith to comply are running into financing issues. So we are trying very hard with this bill to get the data that's necessary for us to sort this out, have what OSHPD needs to move going forward. We're giving them regulatory authority to create new regulations that allow us to really hold them accountable and yet have the data that's necessary to move this discussion in the fall in a way that could assist other hospitals who may be facing special financial circumstances due to the current economic crisis. I think this is a good bill. It has had widespread support, although it remains opposed by the Nurses Association. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested. Aye. Alquist. Aye. Ashburn. Benoit. Aye. Calderon. Aye. Cedillo. Aye. Cogdill. Corbett. Aye. Correa. Cox. Aye. Denham. Aye. DeSaulnier. Aye. Ducheney. Aye. Dutton. Flores. Hancock. Aye. Harmon. Hollingsworth. Aye. Huff. Aye. Kehoe. Aye. Leno. Aye. Liu. Aye. Lowenthal. Aye. Maldonado. Negrete McLeod. Aye. Oropesa. Padilla. Pavley. Aye. Price. Aye. Romero.
Aye.
Aye. Runner. Aye. Smidian. Aye. Steinberg. Strickland. Aye. Walters. Aye. Wiggins.
93 next. But what about 92?
Wolk.
That was
Wright.
29 point.
Aye. Wyland. Aye. Yee. Yee no. Correa aye. Harmon aye. Wiggins aye. Dutton aye.
Ayes 31, noes 1. The amendments are concurred in. File item 93, Senator Alquist. Secretary, please read on the supplemental file.
Senate Bill 337 by Senator Alquist, an act relating to public health.
Thank you, Madam President and members. SB 337 is here for concurrence with Assembly amendments. You may recall this bill takes steps to establish a health information exchange, provides over $3 billion in federal Medicare and Medicaid incentive payments. I ask for your support.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested. Alquist. Aye. Ashburn. Benoit. Calderon. Aye. Cedillo. Aye. Cogdill. Corbett. Aye. Correa. Cox. Aye. Denham. No. DeSaulnier. Aye. Ducheney. Dutton. Flores. Hancock. Aye. Harmon. Hollingsworth. No. Huff. Kehoe. Aye. Leno. Aye. Liu. Aye. Lowenthal. Aye. Maldonado. Aye. Negrete McLeod. Aye. Oropesa. Aye. Padilla. Pavley. Aye. Price. Aye. Romero. Aye. Runner. Smidian. Aye. Steinberg. Strickland. Aye. Walters. Aye. Wiggins. Aye. Wolk. Aye. Wright. Aye. Wyland. Yee. Yee aye. Correa aye. Onnested no. Harmon aye. Cox aye to no. Strickland aye to no. Runner no. Huff aye. Benoit no. Wyland no.
Ayes 25, noes 8. The amendments are concurred in. Senator Ashburn, what is your file item?
File item 34.
File item 34 on the regular file. Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 519 by Senator Ashburn, an act relating to public employment.
Thank you, Madam President and Senators. I'm very happy to present this measure, which was amended in the Assembly to add an addendum to the MOU that has been entered into by the state of California and the officers of the California Highway Patrol. The best way to present this bill is probably to refer to an editorial in the Sacramento Bee, and let me just read a few words from that editorial. The union that represents the California Highway Patrol officers did something remarkable the other day, something other employee unions in the state should take note of. It agreed to trim members' pay, and then gives the details, and to forego an additional 2% in 2010 and redirect those funds to begin prepaying the cost of their members' health care in retirement. Something remarkable in an agreement between the employees in the state of California. So this MOU, this addendum to the MOU, is good for the people of the state of California. It is good for the California Highway Patrol officers. This measure further contains the assistance that is needed to help the survivors benefit program for CHP officers, firefighters, peace officers, and school classified employees, because there is a 50-year-old sunset that will expire unless we act on this measure with great dispatch. I ask for your favorable consideration.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? Aye. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Aye. Benoit? Aye. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? Corbett? Aye. Correa? Aye. Cox? Aye. Denham? Aye. DeSaulnier? DeCheney? Aye. Dutton? Aye. Flores? Hancock? Aye. Harmon? Aye. Hollingsworth? Huff? Aye. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Aye. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? Aye. Smidian? Aye. Steinberg? Strickland? Aye. Walters? Aye. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Weiland? Aye. Yee? Yee, aye. Hollingsworth, aye. DeSaulnier, aye. Cogdill, aye. Leno, aye.
Ayes 37, no 0. The amendments are concurred in. Members, we are going to lift calls at this time unless any member is ready to take up an item on the supplemental file or on the regular daily file. Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and begin lifting calls.
Madam
Senator
President.
DeCheney, for what purpose do you rise?
File item 79.
File item 79 on the regular file. Secretary, please read.
Assembly Bill 320 by Assemblymember Solorio, an act relating to county jails and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Thank you very much. Madam President and members, this is a follow-up to AB 900, which authorized lease revenue bond financing for construction of new state prison beds and county jails. Under current law, many counties were not awarded county jail construction funding under Phase 1 due to requirements tied to the process, such as siting and other operational constraints that made it unable for them to meet the financial match. There is still $470 million in money for Phase 2. However, if we don't alter the criteria, Assemblyman Solorio's bill tries to do that in order to see that the results in many counties not result in having large urban counties not qualifying for the jail bond money. This provides another eligibility option that allows them to use existing county jail beds as reentry facilities in lieu of citing a new reentry facility in the county. That will allow many counties who were, as I said, unable to participate in the program now to possibly do so. Under the agreement worked out in Senate Public Safety, the counties of a population of 500,000 or more would need to provide a minimum of 500 reentry beds to be eligible. Smaller counties would have to provide 1 reentry bed for each county jail bed they build. Not only would this help the state reach our goal of providing more reentry beds, it would also reduce our cost to operate and maintain new state entry facilities. It appears to be supported by at least Orange County law enforcement supervisors and sheriffs. I would ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Benoit? Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? Corbett? Aye. Correa? Aye. Cox? Denham? DeSaulnier? Aye. DeCheney? Aye. Dutton? Flores? Hancock? I, Harmon. Hollingsworth. Huff. Kehoe. I, Leno. I, Liu. I, Lowenthal. I, Maldonado. Negrete McLeod. I, Oropesa. I, Padilla. Pavley. I, Price. I, Romero. I, Runner. Smidian. Steinberg. Strickland. No. Walters. Wiggins. I, Wolk. I, Wright. I, Wyland. Yee. Yee, aye.
Ayes 21, noes 1 on the urgency. Ayes 21, noes 1 on the measure. Senator Duchesne moves a call. Senator Hancock, under motions and resolutions.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I do have an item under motions and resolutions. And if I could just have members' attention, please.
Members, very important.
This is a very important motion and resolution, and it is that tomorrow will be the birthday of our wonderful colleague and my seatmate, Carol Liu. And since we hopefully will not be here tomorrow, we should wish her happy birthday today.
Happy birthday, Senator Liu. Senator Duchesne, for what purpose do you rise?
I have one more item on this supplemental file, Madam President, and then one on the in 3rd X.
On the supplemental file, is that file item 105?
105.
File item 105. Secretary, please read.
Assembly Bill 1318 by Assemblymember Manuel Perez, an act relating to the South Coast Air Quality Management District and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Thank you very much. Madam President and members, this bill would allow the South Coast Air Quality Management District to transfer a limited number of emission reduction credits for the purposes of facilitating the construction of an energy peaking facility in the Indio area that will, in fact, enhance our ability to meet renewable energy requirements because it is a peaking plant related to a wind energy facility. It would... Okay, I'm being told that perhaps this needs to be put over for a moment, so we will do that.
We'll put that over.
And then we will go to 3X.
Okay, members, without objection, we will recess the regular session. We will convene the 3rd extraordinary session. We will deem the pledge and prayer being read, roll call being read. There are 3 introductions of bills at the desk. Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 55 by Senator Corbett, Senate Bill 56 by Senator Corbett, Senate Bill 57 by Senator Corbett.
Senator Corbett has been quite busy today. Senator Duchesne.
Are we in 3X?
We are in 3X.
SB 18, I do not know the file number, sorry. 18, what is it?
Senate Bill 18?
No. It's Senate Bill 18 in 3X.
Senate Bill 18 in 3X. Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 18 by Senator Duchesne, an act relating to corrections.
Madam President and members, this is the bill similar, although not identical, to the bill we voted on in this House 3 weeks ago in an effort to try to rein in some of our correction spending and meet the requirements of the federal court that we reduce our prison populations. These are sensible solutions, members, but this is the version that came out of the Assembly. So let me distinguish for people what is in this bill and what is not, because there has been so much talk over the last few years. It does have 3 component parts. It does raise the property crime thresholds on many crimes which have not been raised since 1982, with the exception of grand theft, which at the moment under this bill would remain at $400 as it has been since 1982. The previous bill would have raised that even over the threshold of the rest of these, but all the others that are being raised are basically being raised to a cost of living. If we did grand theft to that, it would be $950 or so, which is the way most of these moved. But that is not in this bill, so there is no grand theft. The previous provision had been more controversial because it was at $2,500. That provision is not here, nor are any of the governor's requests to make crimes not wobblers. So members, the sentencing piece of this is real simple, basic property crimes, for which the threshold amount has not been changed since 1982, would be increased basically for an inflationary amount. The credits are similar to the prior version, revises and recasts day-for-day credits, provides up to 6 weeks of credits for inmates who complete specific milestones in rehabilitative programs that we know assist in avoiding recidivism, substance abuse, education, and those credits are subject to forfeiture if you do not do other things or for behavioral issues. So there are pluses for people who are completing things we know will assist in having them not become recidivist. And on the other hand, there is a take-back provision available to the Corrections Department for behavior compliance. The parole issues, parole and reentry accountability program will allow them to use a parole violation decision-making instrument determining the most appropriate parole sanctions for a given violator. Those with a history of substance abuse or mental illness may be referred to a parole court. The court then, like a drug court, would work with parole agents and other community providers to determine the appropriate conditions and try to monitor them as best we can in the community, avoiding that recycling that we've all been concerned about for several years that goes on with the prison. Low and moderate risk parolees with non-serious, non-violent, non-sex offenses will not be subject to parole revocation. However, they will still be subject to search and seizure parole conditions. They will be on parole, members, much as people are now on summary probation. They will be a bank caseload, and that will allow us to allow our parole officers to move to a 45-to-1 caseload and focus their attention on the most serious offenders, and the others will not be reporting every week, but they will be on parole, and they will be have waived their Fourth Amendment rights during the period that they were on parole, so that law enforcement of any sort may exercise search and seizure rights. Additionally, this bill would provide county probation to receive a portion of CDCR savings in the future for improving outcomes with felony probationers who would not be sent to prison would otherwise be sent to prison, keeping them in the jurisdiction of the counties. Probation may use these funds to support these felons on supervised programs and giving the counties additional resources to keep those folks, and then giving them an incentive to continue to keep those folks in the county and not going to the state prisons. What is not in this bill, members, is there is no sentencing commission. There is no alternative custody of the kind that was discussed earlier. There are no wobbler changes, and the grand theft is left at its current threshold amount before it may be a wobbler. Members, I urge everyone to vote on this. I would have, it will create, I think the finance will score this at about $200 or $300 million in savings rather than the $500 or $600 that the previous package we voted on would have, but at least it's a start in the right direction to get this reform moving. I think it's critical to our efforts to keep the budget under control and keep California moving forward on prison reform and in compliance with federal court orders. Ask for your aye vote.
Senator Runner.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a better bill. And it is much different than the bill that actually left here. However, I think we do need to point out some things that are still contained in this bill that I believe can be and are going to be problematic, and quite frankly do not have very little savings attached to them, but yet they still find themselves in this bill. The first one I'd point out is the discussion that we had last time, and that was in regards to the issue of good time credit. This bill goes through, changes the current law, strikes out the current law that says that for good time credit, there needs to be some activity, some school, some job. It scratches that out. And it basically says you get your good time credit simply by showing up to your prison cell and going, I guess, to eat when you're supposed to or do the kind of things you're supposed to do, and automatically We will give you day-for-day credit. Cut your sentence in half if all you do is you just show up. You know, clearly, we should have a system that allows people to do the kinds of things that they need to do in order to become educated, in order to find a job skill, and then we should reward that by cutting their sentence. Not reward people who are just being sent to prison. If that's the intent, why don't we just go through and cut sentences in half? That's what this bill does. In about 40% of those who are in prison, it just cuts the sentence in half because they don't have to do a thing for it. Now, in addition to that, it adds 6 additional weeks per year that you can get. But for these last 6 weeks per year, then you've got to go to school, you've got to be in a job situation, then you can get the additional 6 weeks. But the first half-time credit comes simply by just showing up. Cutting sentences in half. Again, if that's the intent, let's go ahead and bring a bill up that said basically cuts sentences in half, because that's what happens here. In addition to that, you know, I think that the bill really, there's a couple of issues that I think are just plain errors. For instance, the grand theft issue is changed around. But the problem is that grand theft is a very difficult set of places in our law. And so what we've done inadvertently is my good friend Senator Cox over here, if he had $500 sitting on his desk, and I had $500 sitting on my desk, you could take my $500, and you know what? It would be potentially a felony. If you take Mr. Cox's $500, because maybe this is a bit embarrassing, he's a senior, I think he lives with that, all of a sudden can't be, because under the statute that was required in here, that was raised to the new amount, whereas the general grand theft isn't. And so as a result of that, you have an inadequate application of the law. The very least we should do is send this back in order to get it fixed. The last thing I'd just close with is just simply this. You know, the fact is that we can talk about those individuals who are low risk, supposedly, nonviolent criminals. But you know, there was a federal study done at California State Prisons. And let me give you some numbers here. This was a study of 30,000 violent offenders and 30,000 property offenders. After they were released, the recidivism rate of the kinds of crimes that they committed, of the 30,000 in 1 year of that 30,000 released for violent offenders, 8,130 of them committed another violent act. Now let's go over to the property offenders. Of the property offenders, of those property offenders, of the 30,000 offenders, 6,400 of them committed a violent act. There's not a big difference between those who are non-violent offenders when they're released, unprepared, and those who are violent who are released. And in fact, the most dangerous person who's been arrested previously to actually act out on a violent offense is a car thief. And that, under these proposals, is one of those individuals who's going to serve half their time, maybe get 6 weeks off per year, and then is back on the streets, and when it has the highest recidivism rate for a violent crime, a crime against a person. You know, again, this is better than it was. We need to figure out where it is and how it is we save the money. We've given you some of those thoughts. We don't see them acted in here. And certainly the very least we should do is clean up the language so that it at least doesn't have this disparity that is going to be a problem. Because I know if we don't clean it up now, we're going to be cleaning it up later. We may as well get it done right. I'd ask for a no vote.
Debate or discussion? Debate or discussion? Senator Romero.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Let me just indicate Senator Duchesne did an excellent job of presenting what's in the bill. And then she also articulated for us what's not in the bill. And certainly one thing that I would say that what's not in the bill is a resolution and a solution to this prison crisis. Members, we will pass most likely Prison Light today. I think it's a bill in which I know there's been difficult negotiations, and I will stand to support it. But what is not in this bill today is the conclusion of where we need to go. What 3 decades of red ribbon panels and blue ribbon panels and white ribbon panels have told us. Our governor has asked us to do more. Our Secretary of Corrections, present and a couple past, have asked us to do more. So today we'll pass this measure, and I will vote for it. But I will vote for it with the recognition, to use the words of the governor, we'll be back to take on the next chapter of prison crisis, and hopefully at some time in the near future, the leadership that will be needed to move forth some sense and sensibility with the moving forth of a sentencing commission that is already in use by over 20-some states, the federal government, the District of Columbia. At some point in the future, I would hope that California will stand tall in the nation and be a leader in corrections reform, finally bringing into statute a sentencing commission. Today is not that day, but I look forward to a time where we will have that.
Further debate or discussion? Senator Harman.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, members, this bill deals with parole supervision. And parole supervision is a very, very important tool that is used by public safety officials to track and keep track of prisoners after they're released from prison. And the reason why it's important is if you look at the statistics, coming out of, well, actually, while they're still in prison, 50% of the prisoners in prison do not participate in any type of education program or in any type of rehabilitation program. They just refuse to do it. And then when they do come out, 70% of them within 3 years are back in prison. That's our recidivism rate. And yet this bill eliminates parole supervision. Now there are exemptions. They cannot be gang members. They have to be determined to be non-serious, non-violent, non-sexual offenders. But, you know, who are these people? And when we look at the recidivism rate, the failure to participate in rehab, and the unemployment rate is 60 to 80% of prisoners come out of prison have an unemployment rate of 60 to 80%. Well, what are they going to do? They're going to go back to doing the same thing they were doing before, committing crimes, and we need to have parole officers supervising them and watching them and trying to stop them from jeopardizing public safety. You know, public safety is the #1 priority of this legislature, of county boards of supervisors, local city councils. That should be the #1 and is the #1 priority. And when we allow prisoners to go unsupervised on parole, we're just asking for trouble. All of the law enforcement agencies up and down this state are opposed to this provision of the bill. Urge a no vote.
Is there any other discussion or debate? Seeing none, Senator Ducheney, you may close.
Well, thank you very much. Madam President, members, let me just respond to a few of the comments that were made. First of all, my experience with the prisons I have visited over the years, and since I've been dealing with this issue, and even back to when I carried a bill, Senator Harman and others that actually required people to go to work that Governor Wilson refused to sign. The problem has been that we don't offer enough programs. So generally speaking, my experience is not that people do not wish to participate when they're in prison and getting good time credits, but in fact that the program is either unavailable, that they're on a waiting list, that they're in a line, that most prisoners really would like to participate in either a work or education program, and most of them do to the extent those facilities are made available to them. The truth is, right now, at the crowding situation we're in, those services are not being made available as readily as they should. Nonetheless, if somebody is willing to participate, the rule, as I have understood it for the 30 years that I practiced law, was always that you were available for good time credits as long as you were willing and able to participate. So I don't believe we are actually changing the law in that regard. We have always had good time credits, and we have, the ability to withhold those when there's a problem. This gives the added incentive, and in cooperation with the district attorneys who reviewed this language, we thought of the issue of forfeiture of credits as well. So I think, that is a positive thing. I think the parole in this will actually increase public safety, and I think the Secretary of Corrections agrees with me that allowing our parole officers to focus on the folks who are the most serious offenders, using those instruments that are available to the department now to determine risk. Yes, Senator Harman, many of them are recidivist right now, and the point is, how do we determine between them? And so the question of who is on bank caseload is one that is not just based on the crime, but also based on other risk factors. So it's not just about the crime you last committed, because often some very bad people committed some less serious crimes the last time they went to jail. They have the ability under this, and we have to believe that our Department of Corrections officers, although it would be nice if they had a contract, will in fact be able to do their jobs the way they're supposed to. They have always paid attention to this. They've been they know, how to use these instruments, and what we are giving them are some additional tools. With the parole court, we put people under supervision of the court. We allow them to use the community resources for mental health and drug treatment that have been so successful in many of our counties for drug treatment and drug court and mental health court. We increase the ability for probation officers to, in fact, monitor folks. And we improve, hopefully, in combination, actually, with Assemblymember Solorio's bill, which will provide additional reentry beds, the opportunity for people to, in fact, get those jobs, get the employment services, get the education services, do all of the things that are necessary to avoid the recidivism. That is what this bill is about. It is what it does. I am with Senator Romero. I don't think it goes quite far in this, and I would be more than happy, Senator Runner, to carry a bill that moves the grand theft to $950 where I thought it should be starting a year ago, and makes all of those consistent. But the truth is, under your scenario with Senator Cox, if the DA chose to charge the crime of grand theft, it would be the same for both of you. The question is, what is the DA's choice of crime to charge? It isn't that somebody gets treated differently by an amount of money. I think they should be consistent. I argued last year. Again, this sentencing, thing was something we did with judges and DAs throughout the state, saying let's just move these up to a threshold that makes sense 30 years later, and most of these thresholds are based on that, and the only one that was left at its current level is grand theft. Members, I think this, while it is a modest package, is a beginning, and it is a step in the right direction, and we ought to support it today and give the Secretary of Corrections and the Governor some ability to meet the court's demands and bring our budget under control. Ask for your aye vote.
On the close, Senator Runner.
Just a quick question, and that is, I agree that flexibility in parole is a good tool, but my understanding is that under current law, the governor and the Secretary of Corrections can actually move around case load the way it is. And so my concern is, and my question is, isn't it a bit dangerous that in case that isn't as effective as what you would believe, or as maybe I would even believe, or even the Director or Secretary of Corrections would believe, isn't it dangerous to actually put something in law that isn't necessary when indeed they can do it on their own, and that way we don't have to undo something or try to undo something if indeed this program of where it is that we balance loads in parole doesn't work. So, I mean, my understanding of the current law, they have the ability to do that now.
Well, but not if they are, in fact, being forced by law to supervise all of the caseload in the current manner. I mean, that is why you can't reduce the caseload unless you reduce what you're asking parole officers to do. So, I mean, I think that is that piece. And frankly, hopefully, in my view, and it is a part of a bill that I carried separately, that was in fact supported by law enforcement, just as Senator Benoit and Senator Leno's bill was supported by law enforcement. The parole court, I think, is going to be one of the functioning ways to do this. But we need this bill to get those programs started. We need to utilize the federal stimulus funds to get those programs, both of those programs, started right now so that the savings in the long run can continue to pay for them. Ask for your aye vote.
Senator Negrete McLeod, question for the author.
Yes, I was wondering if I would ask Senator Ducheney something. but it's actually to Mr. Runner. I was just wondering if we truly believe in sentencing reform. I'll gladly do a bill next year, and you can be my co-author, because sentencing reform really does have to be changed.
Well, since my name was brought up in this issue, I do not believe our answer is sentencing reform. I believe that if you go back through the history of where it is, where we are with sentencing, quite frankly, our crime rates are much lower as a result of the sentencing that has taken place. Our problem in the state of California is our broken parole system. Remember, we're the only state that sends more people to prison from parole than we do the courts, which is the sentencing part.
Senator Ducheney, you may close.
Thank you very much. We are, in fact, with this bill, addressing specifically that issue. And yes, since determinant, we are one of the few states in the world that, in fact, requires parole in a determinate sentencing scheme. When we had indeterminate sentencing, it made sense. It has become an issue because of determinate sentencing. This bill will allow the department to have the flexibility and help us address specifically that parole problem, which I agree with Senator Runner is the biggest problem with our overcrowding, is the recidivism rates of parolees. Ask for your aye vote.
Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? No. Benoit? No. Calderon? Cedillo? Cogdill? Corbett? Aye. Correa? Cox? No. Denham? No. DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Aye. Dutton? No. Flores? No. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? Huff? No. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? No. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero?
Aye.
Aye. Runner? No. Smidian? Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Weiland? No. Yee.
Call the absent members.
Calderon? Cedillo? Cogdill? Correa? No. Hollingsworth? Padilla? Yee.
Ayes 19, noes 15. Senator Ducheney moves a call. Members, we are going to lift calls at this point. Well, actually, we were going to recess the third extraordinary session and reconvene the regular session. Back in regular session, we are going to lift calls. We have about 2 pages of bills that have been placed on call. Remember, members, these are called in the order in which they're presented. If your name is not called, there is no need to vote again. File item 62, call the absent members.
Onnested? Ashburn? Benoit? Cogdill? Cox? Denham? Dutton? Hancock? Harmon? Hollingsworth? Huff? Maldonado? Runner? Smidian? Aye. Strickland? Walters? Wolk? Aye. Ayes 24, noes 1.
Ayes 24, noes 1 on the urgency. Ayes 24, noes 1 on the measure. Senator Price moves a call. File item 72, call the absent members.
DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Negrete McLeod? No. Padilla? Wolk? Wolk, aye. Smidian? Aye.
Ayes 19, noes 19. Senator Leno replaces the call. File item 91, call the absent members.
Onnested? Ashburn? Benoit? Calderon? Aye. Cedillo. Aye. Cogdill. Corbett. Aye. Cox. Denham. DeCheney. Dutton. Flores. Aye. Hancock. Aye. Harmon. Hollingsworth. Huff. Kehoe. Aye. Leno. Aye. Maldonado. Oropesa. Aye. Pavley. Aye. Price. Aye. Runner. Smidian. Steinberg. Aye. Strickland. Walters. Wolk. Aye. Wright. Aye. Wyland. Yee. Yee. Aye. DeCheney. Aye. Smidian. Aye. Lowenthal.
Ayes 25, noes 0. Senator Alquist replaces the call. File item 87, call the absent members.
Calderon. Aye. Cedillo. Aye. Cogdill. Corbett. Aye. Cox. Denham. DeCheney. Flores. Aye. Hancock. Aye. Kehoe. Aye. Leno. Aye. Oropesa. Aye. Pavley. Aye. Price. Aye. Runner. Smitty. Runner. Aye. Smidian. Aye. Steinberg. Walters. Aye. Wolk. Aye. Wyland. Yee. 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 Aye. DeCheney. Aye. Cox. Aye. Wyland. Aye.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The amendments are concurred in. File item 96, call the absent members.
Calderon. Aye. Cedillo. Aye. Corbett. Aye. Correa. No. Cox. Aye. Denham. No. DeSaulnier. Aye. DeCheney. Flores. Aye. Hancock. Aye. Harmon. Kehoe. Aye. Leno. Aye. Maldonado. Negrete McLeod. Aye. Oropesa. Aye. Pavley. Aye. Price. Aye. Runner. No. Smidian. Aye. Steinberg. Aye. Walters. Wolk. Aye. Wyland. No. Yee. Yee. Aye. Cox. Cox. Aye to no. Onnested. No. Maldonado. Aye. Harmon. No. DeCheney. Aye. Walters. No.
Ayes 25, noes 15. The amendments are concurred in. Members, we are going to recess the regular session, return to reconvene the third extraordinary session so that we may lift the call on the measure that we just took up on corrections. File item 7, Secretary, call the absent members.
Calderon. Cedillo. Aye. Cogdill. Hollingsworth. Padilla. Yee. Yee. Aye.
Ayes 21, noes 15. The amendments are concurred in. Members, we will now recess the third extraordinary session and reconvene the regular session. Let's resume lifting calls. File item 100. Call the absent members.
Onnested. Ashburn. Benoit. Calderon. Aye. Cedillo. I. Cogdill. Corbett. I. Correa. Cox. Denham. DeSaulnier. I. Ducheney. Dutton. Flores. I. Hancock. I. Harmon. Hollingsworth. Huff. Kehoe. I. Leno. I. Maldonado. Negrete McLeod. I. Oropesa. I. Padilla. I. Pavley. I. Price. I. Runner. Semidian. I. Walters. Wyland. Yee. Yee, I. Correa, I.
Ayes 24, noes 1. On the urgency, ayes 24, noes 1 on the measure. Senator Alquist replaces the call. File item 102, call the absent members.
Cedillo. I. Cogdill. Corbett. Correa. Cox. Cox. I. Denham. I. DeSaulnier. I. Ducheney. I. Flores. I. Hancock. I. Kehoe. I. Leno. I. Negrete McLeod. I. Oropesa. I. Padilla. I. Pavley. I. Price. I. Runner. Semidian. I. Steinberg. Walters. I. Wiggins. Wolk. I. Wyland. I. Yee. Yee, I. Runner, I.
Ayes 36, noes 0. The amendments are concurred in. File item 88, call the absent members.
Onnested. Alquist. I. Ashburn. Benoit. Cedillo. I. Cogdill. Corbett. I. Correa. Cox. Denham. No. DeSaulnier. I. Dutton. Flores. I. Harmon. Hollingsworth. Huff. Leno. I. Liu. I. Lowenthal. Maldonado. Negrete McLeod. I. Oropesa. I. Padilla. I. Runner. Semidian. I. Steinberg. Strickland. Walters. Wyland. Hancock. No to I. Correa. No.
Ayes 22, noes 2 on the urgency. Ayes 22, noes 2 on the measure. Senator Ducheney replaces the call. File item 90, call the absent members.
Onnested. Alquist. I. Ashburn. Benoit. Cedillo. I. Cogdill. Corbett. I. Correa. I. Cox. Denham. DeSaulnier. I. Dutton. Flores. Hancock. I. Harmon. Hollingsworth. Huff. Leno. I. Lowenthal. I. Maldonado. Negrete McLeod. I. Padilla. I. Pavley. I. Runner. Semidian. I. Steinberg. Strickland. Walters. Wolk. I. Wyland. Yee. Yee, I. Denham, no.
Ayes 23, noes 1. The Senator Ducheney replaces the call. File item 89, call the absent members.
Onnested. Alquist. I. Ashburn. Benoit. Cedillo. I. Cogdill. Corbett. Aye. Correa. Aye. Cox. Denham. DeSaulnier. Aye. Dutton. Flores. Harmon. Hollingsworth. Huff. Leno. Aye. Lowenthal. Aye. Maldonado. Negrete McLeod. Aye. Padilla. Aye. Pavley. Aye. Runner. Semidian. Aye. Steinberg. Strickland. Walters. Wolk. Aye. Wyland.
Ayes 23, noes 0 on the urgency. Ayes 23, noes 0 on the measure. Senator Price replaces the call. File item 104. Call the absent members.
Onnested. Alquist. Aye. Ashburn. Benoit. Cedillo. Aye. Cogdill. Correa. Cox. Denham. DeSaulnier. Aye. Flores. Aye. Hancock. Aye. Harmon. Leno. Aye. Negrete McLeod. Aye. Padilla. Pavley. Aye. Semidian. Steinberg. Strickland. Strickland, no. Walters. No. Wolk. Aye. Wyland. Denham, no.
Ayes 22, noes 7 on the urgency. Ayes 22, noes 7 on the measure. Senator DeCheney replaces the call. File item 80. Call the absent members.
Onnested. Alquist. Aye. Ashburn. Benoit. Cedillo. Aye. Cogdill. Correa. No. Cox. No. DeSaulnier. Aye. Ducheney. Dutton. Flores. Aye. Hancock. Aye. Harmon. Hollingsworth. Huff. Leno. Aye. Lowenthal. Aye. Maldonado. Negrete McLeod. Aye. Pavley. Aye. Runner. No. Semidian. Aye. Steinberg. Strickland. No. Walters. Wolk. Wright. Wyland. Wolk, aye. Ducheney, aye. Benoit, no. Maldonado, no. Wright, aye. Onnested, no.
Ayes 23, noes 8. The bill is passed. File item 94. Call the absent members.
Onnested, no. Alquist, aye. Calderon, aye. Cedillo, aye. Cogdill, Correa, no. Cox, DeSaulnier, aye. Ducheney, aye. Flores, aye. Hancock, aye. Leno, aye. Maldonado, Negrete McLeod, Pavley, aye. Price, aye. Semidian, aye. Steinberg, Strickland, no. Wolk, aye. Yee, aye. Maldonado, no. Wright, aye to no. Cox, no. Wyland, no.
Ayes 21, no 16. The amendments are concurred in. File item 86. Call the absent members.
Onnested, no. Alquist, aye. Benoit, no. Cedillo, Cogdill, Correa, Cedillo, aye. Correa, aye. DeCheney, aye. Flores, aye. Leno, Negrete McLeod, aye. Pavley, aye. Runner, Runner, no. Steinberg, Yee. Yee, aye. Leno, aye. Maldonado.
Ayes 31, noes 7. The amendments are concurred in. File item 103, call the absent members.
Onnested, Alquist, aye. Ashburn, Benoit, Calderon, Cedillo, Calderon, aye. Cedillo, Cogdill, Correa, aye. Cox, DeCheney, aye. Dutton, Flores, aye. Harmon, Huff, Maldonado, Negrete McLeod, aye. Padilla, aye. Runner, Strickland, Walters, Wyland, Yee. Cedillo, aye.
Ayes 24, noes.
Maldonado, aye. Hancock, aye. Maldonado, I don't know.
Ayes 24, noes 3. The amendments are concurred in. File items.
That's 213.
Ayes 24, noes 3 on the urgency. Ayes 24, noes 3 on the measure. Senators DeCheney. Senator Simitian replaces the call. File item 60. Call the absent members.
Onnested, Alquist, aye. Ashburn, Benoit, Cedillo, aye. Cogdill, Correa, no. Cox, Denham, Flores, aye. Hancock, aye. Harmon, Huff, Maldonado, Negrete McLeod, Pavley, aye. Steinberg, Strickland, Walters, Wyland, Yee. Yee, aye. Strickland, no. Denham, no.
Ayes 22, noes 5 on the urgency. Ayes 22, noes 6 on the measure. Senator DeCheney moves the call. File item 65. Call the absent members.
Onnested, Ashburn, Benoit, Cedillo, aye. Cogdill, Cox, DeCheney, Cox, aye. DeCheney, aye. Dutton, Flores, Harmon, Hollingsworth, Huff, Maldonado, Pavley, Runner, Steinberg, Strickland, Walters, Wyland, Yee. Cox, aye to no. Pavley, aye. Yee, aye.
Ayes 23, noes 2 on the urgency. Ayes 23, noes 2 on the measure. Senator DeCheney moves the call. File item 82. Call the absent members.
Onnested, Ashburn, Benoit, Cedillo, aye. Cogdill, Cox, Denham, Dutton, Flores, Harmon, Hollingsworth, Huff, Maldonado, Oropesa, aye. Runner, Simitian, aye. Strickland, Walters, Wright, aye. Wyland, Yee. Yee, aye.
Ayes 24, no, 0 on the urgency. Ayes 24, no, 0 on the measure. Senator DeCheney replaces the call. File item 78. Call the absent members.
Ashburn, Benoit, Cogdill,
2/3.
Cox, Denham, Dutton, no, Flores, Harmon, Hollingsworth, Huff, Maldonado, Pavley, aye. Runner, Walters, Wyland, Yee. Yee, aye. Benoit, no. Correa, aye.
Ayes 24, noes 4 on the urgency. Ayes 24, noes 4 on the measure. The Senator Steinberg replaces the call. File item 83. Call the absent members.
Flores, Huff, Liu, Padilla, Steinberg. Maldonado, aye to no. Huff, no.
Call the absent members.
Flores, Liu, Padilla, Steinberg.
Ayes 18, noes 18. Senator Hancock replaces the call. Members, we are going to turn to file item 105 on the supplemental file. Senator DeCheney, Secretary, please read.
Assembly Bill 1318 by Assemblymember Manuel Perez, an act relating to the South Coast Air Quality Management District and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Thank you very much, Madam President and members. This bill will allow the South Coast Quality Air Management District to transfer a limited number of emissions reduction credits for the purposes of facilitating the construction of an energy peaking facility in the Indio Desert area of Coachella Valley that will support a wind energy facility. So it will help in producing renewable energy, facilitate the retirement of older and less efficient units along the coast, and provide backup power for Southern California renewable energy like that wind energy facility adjacent to which it would be located. The Senate amendments include a multi-agency electric reliability assessment for purposes of recommending how best to meet Southern California energy demand while ensuring compliance with AB 32, a requirement that the Energy Commission determine whether credits satisfy all applicable legal requirements, and prohibiting the transfer of CEC if CEC determines that they do not. The language was also amended to ensure that AQMD has sufficient credits for this facility, essential public services, small businesses, and facilities looking to repower and upgrade. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll. This is a 2/3 vote measure.
Ready? Okay.
Senator Padilla, did you wish to speak on this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, I want to appreciate Senator DeCheney's presentation of the bill and certainly the work of the author and so many other people on this issue. As Senator DeCheney mentioned in her presentation, it's not just a bill about one power plant, but caught up in this greater dialogue about the air credits bank at the Air Quality Management District, but also taking into consideration the needs of reserve on the power side for Southern California more broadly. I know Senator Benoit, this has been an important issue and bill, and power plant specifically for him comes at a time where it's an opportunity to generate electricity in a much cleaner fashion and put a lot of people to work. It's great for the local economy. So I do hope that at some point this evening we have the support necessary to approve this bill on an urgency basis. I would also remind us of a conversation we had earlier in the week and earlier in the year about how this bill and the issues tied to a Senator Wright bill that's going to be coming our way in a short matter of time, I would imagine, that also deals with the other electricity elements and AQMD elements as part of the greater solution that's been agreed to by committees in both houses and the leaders in both houses. Ask for your aye vote.
Senator Benoit.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, I want to rise and say that I think this is a terribly important bill. It's going to create a lot of jobs in our community. It will get a very critically needed power plant online that is going to be cleaner than anything out there today by a scale of 10 to 20 to 1. It will allow the development of renewable energy in the Coachella Valley, a hub of solar, geothermal, and wind that has to have reliable backup baseline power of the type that this very clean facility will produce. It's regrettable that we're here at the 11th hour, and due to unrelated issues, I can't support the bill at this moment, but I hope that we can resolve those issues, that we can move forward and get past this other overarching problems that have developed in our process, because this bill is a very important one and a very supportable bill, and I will urge an aye vote at the appropriate time.
No other discussion or debate. Secretary, Senator Dutton.
Well, no, but I want to draw attention to something. I appreciate the importance of this bill. Senator Wright's got another one that's extremely important. And I would hope that the body would take a look at the common sense of this bill and then start asking your question about some of the other bills we just recently passed here this last couple of weeks about what in the heck are we doing? Okay, because a lot of that doesn't make sense. Okay, and I just got to tell you, when you take a look at the necessity for us to even have to do something like this, it tells you, and it should tell you, there's a tremendous amount of abuse out there, regulatory hurdles that should be unnecessary, and yet at the same token, we're having to even consider a bill like this, which should have been a pretty common sense practice. So I would hope that we would do something on a larger scale to once again make California competitive so we can put our people back to work all over the state.
Senator Duchesne, you may close.
No, Runner.
Senator Runner.
Thank you, Madam President. The concept behind this bill is certainly the one that I would hope could actually be a blueprint for others. The fact is, this does, in a very big way, continue to help solve the many problems, whether it's job creation, but certainly the issue of making sure that we have a dependable grid out there in protecting our future. And I would hope that we'd be able to see the same kinds of issues in this bill applied to other facilities that right now cannot be built. And I would hope we'd see many more of these for many, many more jobs and a much stronger electrical grid.
Senator Duchesne, you may close.
Members, there's been a lot of talk on both floors in the last couple days about jobs and job creation to try to address this economy. This bill is one of those, and hopefully Senator Wright's bill will make it over here tonight as well, which is a broader solution to this AQMD issue. And I would just say to Senator Dutton, the regulatory issue here, actually the regulatory agency was trying to do the right thing. The courts upset the balance. We now are trying to restore that balance and move a whole ton of projects in the LA Basin that will be jobs for everyone. Some key portions of those projects are covered by this bill and others in those carried by Senator Lowenthal and Senator Wright. I do hope, members, that certainly before this night is over, that all those bills can pass and we can start putting people to work tomorrow. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there any other discussion or debate? Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested, Alquist, Ashburn, Benoit, Calderon, Cedillo, aye. Cogdill, Corbett, Correa, aye. Cox, Denham, DeSaulnier, Duchesne, aye. Dutton, Flores, aye. Hancock, Harmon, Hollingsworth, Huff, Kehoe, Leno, aye. Liu, Lowenthal, Maldonado, Negrete McLeod, aye. Oropesa, aye. Padilla, I. Pavley. Price. I. Romero. I. Runner. Smidian. Steinberg. Strickland. Walters. Wiggins. No. Wolk. I. Wright. I. Wyland. Yee. Yee, no. Calderon. I.
Ayes 13, noes 2.
Wolk. Wolk. I to no.
Call the absent members.
Pavley, no. Onestad. Alquist. Ashburn. Benoit. Cogdill. Corbett. Cox. Denham. DeSaulnier.
Check with the desk and see.
Dutton. Hancock. Harmon. Hollingsworth. Huff. Kehoe. Lou. Lowenthal. Lowenthal, no. Maldonado. Runner. Smidian. Steinberg. Strickland. Walters. Wyland.
Ayes 12.
Hancock, no.
Call the absent members.
Oropesa, aye to no.
Ayes 11, no 7 on the urgency. Ayes 11, no 7 on the measure. Senator Ducheney moves a call. Senator Gethin-McLeod, do you wish to take up file item 31?
Correct.
Secretary, please read file item 31 on unfinished business, regular file.
Senate Bill 599 by Senator Gethin-McLeod, enacting the workforce development and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, SB 599 is back for concurrence. This is an urgency measure that contains several provisions relating to workforce development. The bill authorizes local workforce investment boards, WIBs, to work directly with private post-secondary educational institutions for job training services and education programs so that the federal stimulus dollars are utilized quickly and efficiently. Unemployment rates are in the double digits statewide, and the need for skills and training continue to grow. I have a lot of these schools in my district. Unemployment is in my district at 14%. Many of these institutions, particularly those that offer vocational programs, have the ability to accept new trainees and often directly work with employers to create specific programs that meet employers' need. The bill also authorizes the Dental Board of California to spend the remaining funds currently in the dental underserved account until July 1, 2012, to continue to help those who practice in underserved areas pay back school loans. These provisions came directly from the dental board staff, who informed the author staff that the statutory authority to use the program's remaining funds, $1.5 million, has lapsed. I ask for your aye vote on concurrence.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onestad. Alquist. Aye. Ashburn. Benoit. Calderon. Cedillo. Aye. Cogdill. Calderon, aye. Cogdill. Corbett. Correa. Aye. Cox. Denham. DeSaulnier. Aye. Ducheney. Dutton. Flores. Aye. Hancock. Harmon. Hollingsworth. Huff. Kehoe. Aye. Leno. Aye. Lou. Lowenthal. Aye. Maldonado. Gethin-McLeod. Aye. Oropesa. Padilla. Aye. Pavley. Price. Aye. Romero.
Aye.
Aye. Runner. Smidian. Aye. Steinberg. Strickland. Walters. Wiggins. Aye. Wolk. Aye. Wright. Aye. Wyland. Yee. Yee, aye. Corbett, aye.
Ayes 19, noes 0. Senator Gethin-McLeod moves a call. Senator Lowenthal, for what purpose do you seek recognition? File item 98. On the supplemental file, Secretary, please read. File item 98 on the supplemental file.
Senate Bill 546 by Senator Lowenthal, an act relating to oil and making an appropriation therefore.
Thank you, Madam President and members. SB 546 makes several changes relating to the collection and reuse of used oil. The goal is to encourage the best and safest reuse of used oil in California and to reduce toxic air pollution resulting from some uses of used oil. Assembly amendments speed up the recycling incentive, increase the amount that local governments can receive for local used oil collection purposes, delete the automatic adjustment of the fee, and make several technical and clarifying amendments, including the addition of co-authors. The amendments removed most of the opposition. It removed the opposition of the Independent Waste Oil Collectors and Transporters, and it removed the opposition of the Western States Petroleum Association. I respectfully request concurrence in Assembly amendments.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested, Alquist, I. Ashburn, Benoit, Calderon, I. Cedillo, I. Cogdill, Corbett, I. Correa, no. Cox, no. Denham, no. DeSaulnier, I. Duchesne, Dutton, no. Flores, Hancock, I. Harmon, no. Hollingsworth, Huff, Kehoe, I. Leno, I. Liu, I. Lowenthal, I. Maldonado, no. Negrete McLeod, Oropesa, Padilla, Pavley, Price, Romero, I. Runner, Smidian, Steinberg, Strickland, Walters, Wiggins, I. Wolk, I. Wright, I. Weiland, no. Yee, Yee, no. Calderon, I. to no. Onnested, no. Huff, no.
Ayes 13, noes 11.
Smidian, aye.
Ayes 14, noes 11. Senator Lowenthal moves a call. Senator Yee to take up ACR 89. ACR 89. Secretary, please read. Senator Yee, that has not yet arrived at the desk. We will return to that item shortly. Senator Cedillo. Which item, Senator Cedillo? File item 26?
76.
File item 76 on the regular file. Secretary, please read.
Assembly Bill 813 by Assemblymember John Perez, an act relating to alcoholic beverages and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Members, very simple bill. This is a district bill. AB 813 creates a new tied house exemption in the ABC Act authorizing the owner of the venue, Club Nokia, in Los Angeles to accept payment from advertising from an alcohol beverage supplier. This is a local bill, members. It's my district. I used to live across the street from LA Live. As you know, we've had great success in downtown Los Angeles working with the AEG group, and they've literally led the renaissance and the boom of business in downtown Los Angeles, which has led to more housing, more development, and more quality of life for downtown Los Angeles. I ask you to please join us, as many of you have, in supporting this bill. I ask for an aye.
Any discussion or debate? Senator Yee?
I'm a no vote.
Senator Yee?
Thank you very much, Madam President and Senators. This issue was heard in GO, and I think there were a number of questions raised, particularly from ABC, and that was something that I was particularly concerned of, because ABC is the one that basically regulates these licenses and monitors some of these
tie house exemption. It's my understanding in discussion with ABC that they are now fine with this particular measure, and encourage my colleague to be supported. Thank you.
Any other discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll. This is a 2/3 vote measure.
Onstead? Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Benoit? Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? Corbett? Correa? Cox? Denham? DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Dutton? Flores? Hancock? Harmon? Hollingsworth? Huff? Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Liu? Lowenthal? Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Oropesa? Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Romero?
Aye.
Aye. Runner? Smidian? Steinberg? Strickland? Walters? Wiggins? No. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Weiland? Yee? Yee, aye.
Call the absent members.
Onstead? Ashburn? Benoit? Cogdill? Corbett? Correa? Cox? Denham? Ducheney? Dutton? Flores? Hancock? Harmon? Hollingsworth? Huff? Leno? Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Oropesa? Price? Aye. Runner? Smidian? Steinberg? Strickland? Walters? Weiland?
Ayes 14, noes 1 on the urgency. Ayes 14, noes 1 on the measure. Senator Cedillo moves a call. Senator Calderon wishes to take up SCR 57 without reference to file. SCR 57 without reference to file. Secretary, please read.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 57 by Senator Calderon, and act relating to the CHP Officer David M. Romero Memorial Highway.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, SCR 57 designates a portion of the Highway 60 in Los Angeles County as the CHP Officer David M. Romero Memorial Highway. Members, Officer Romero was a lifelong constituent of mine in my district. He was killed in the line of duty. He served as an officer for the California Highway Patrol for about 23 years. He's survived by his wife and 5 children. SCR 57 makes an important gesture to honor this true family man and local hero. Respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Is there any objection to using the unanimous roll call? Secretary, call the roll.
Onstead? Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Benoit? Aye. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? Corbett? Aye. Correa? Aye. Cox? Aye. Denham? Aye. DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Dutton? Aye. Flores? Hancock? Harmon? Aye. Hollingsworth? Huff? Aye. Kehoe? Leno? Liu? Lowenthal? Maldonado? Aye. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Padilla? Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero?
Aye.
Aye. Runner? Smidian? Steinberg? Strickland? Walters? Strickland, aye. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Right. Onstead, aye. Wolk, Wright, Wyland, Yee. Yee, aye.
Ayes 21, noes 0. The resolution is adopted. Senator Cedillo has ACR 95 without reference to file. Secretary, please read. ACR 95.
Assembly Concurrent Resolution 95 by Assemblymember Torrico, enacting to California Native American Day.
Senator Cedillo, this should be ACR 89.
It reads 95 on both the ACR 95.
Senator Cedillo, let's hold on this item momentarily. Okay. Senator DeSaulnier files item 95 on the supplemental files. Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 406 by Senator DeSaulnier, enacting to land use.
Thank you, Madam President. SB 406 reconstitutes the Planning Advisory and Assistance Council in the Office of Planning and Research in the Governor's Office. It directs them to work with the Strategic Growth Council, and it also allows for local electeds to be part of the council. That's the first part of it. The second part of it, if you remember, is the more difficult part for some members. It allows for a $2 fee for COGS, the sponsor is CalCog, so that they can implement the provisions on SB 375. The amendments in the Assembly are technical in nature. They allow for the fee to be administered by the air districts just as they are for $7 worth of fees right now to better help the DMV on exercising the administrative part of the bill. So I would ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onstead? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? No. Benoit? No. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? Corbett? Aye. Correa? No. Cox? No. Denham? No. DeSaulnier?
Aye.
Aye. Duchesne? Dutton? No. Flores? Aye. Hancock? Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? Huff? No. Kehoe? Leno? Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? No. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Oropesa? Aye to no. Or excuse me, Negrete McLeod? Aye to no. Oropesa? Padilla? Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Smidian? Steinberg? Strickland? Walters? Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Wright? Aye. Wyland? Yee? Yee, aye. Smidian, aye. Hollingsworth, no. Kehoe, aye.
Ayes 16, noes 13. Senator DeSaulnier moves a call. Second item is file item 29 on unfinished business, regular files. Secretary, please read.
Senate Bill 313 by Senator DeSaulnier, enacting to workers' compensation and making an appropriation therefore.
Thank you, Madam President. SB 313 addresses an issue of the underground economy where we know that many employers are choosing not to have workers' compensation insurance. It increases the penalties on people who just ignore the violations. It's supported by both the California Chamber of Commerce and the Labor Federation. It's had bipartisan support in both houses, and I would ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Secretary, call the roll. This is a 2/3 vote threshold.
Come on. Onstead? Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Benoit? Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? Corbett? Aye. Correa? Cox? Denham. DeSaulnier. Aye. Ducheney. Dutton. Flores. Aye. Hancock. Harmon. Hollingsworth. Huff. Kehoe. Aye. Leno. Liu. Aye. Lowenthal. Aye. Maldonado. Negrete McLeod. Aye. Oropesa. Padilla. Pavley. Aye. Price. Aye. Romero. Aye. Runner. Smidian. Steinberg. Strickland. Walters. Wiggins. Aye. Wolk. Wright. Aye. Weiland. Yee. Yee, aye. Correa, aye.
Ayes 17, no 0. Senator DeSaulnier moves a call. Senator Cedillo is ready to have ACR 95, which is wharfed, taken up at this time. Secretary, please read.
Assembly Concurrent Resolution 95 by Assemblymember Tirico relative to California Native American Day.
Yes, Madam Pro Tem, without reference to file. Another one of my proposals that should bring us all together. 1968, our Governor Ronald Reagan signed a resolution calling for the fourth Friday of each September to be American Indian Day. This resolution declares September 25th, 2009 as California Native American Day. Today, there's more than 100 recognized tribes in the state, more than any other state in the nation. California's tribes are committed to contributing to the educational curriculum provided by the state and believe in providing new and improved educational resources about the varied cultural histories of and governance models used by California's Native Americans. From the Kumeyaay in San Diego to Serrano and San Bernardino to the Yurok and the Klamath Basin, the indigenous people of California each have a diverse and peaceful existence that has lasted for many thousands of years. Today's our chance to salute these first Americans, the original Californians, by declaring September 25th as California Native American Day. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion or debate? Is there any objection to using the unanimous roll call? Seeing none, ayes 40, no 0. The resolution is adopted. Senator Yee, for what purpose do you rise?
This is Assembly Concurrent Resolution 89.
ACR 89, without reference to file. Secretary, please read. ACR 89.
Assembly Concurrent Resolution 89 by Assemblymember Galgiani relative to Italian American Heritage Month.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Senators, Senator Cedillo talked about his resolutions of bringing people together. This resolution demonstrates that people can come together. This resolution basically designates October 2009 and every other October as the Italian American Heritage Month. It also encourages public schools to talk about the contributions, achievements of the Italian Americans. When I was growing up in San Francisco Chinatown, my next neighbor or next neighborhood was the North Beach, which is the home of our Italian Americans. And Chinese Americans and Italian Americans were able to grow and live and work there, and it was an amazing experience. On a parenthetical note, the relationship between the Chinese and the Italians are pretty close. We Chinese, we invented spaghetti, but the Italians were the ones who kind of made a lot of hay out of it and made a lot of money out of it, and we are more than happy to support our Italian Americans. And so with that, urge an aye vote on the concurrence amendments.
Is there any discussion or debate? Is there any objection to using the unanimous roll call? Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested. Alquist. Aye. Ashburn. Benoit. Aye. Calderon. Aye. Cedillo. Aye. Cogdill. Corbett. Aye. Correa. Aye. Cox. Denham. DeSaulnier. Ducheney. Dutton. Flores. Dutton, aye. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? Aye. Hollingsworth? Aye. Huff? Leno? Or Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Lou? Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Aye. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Padilla? Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? Smidian? Steinberg? Strickland? Aye. Walters? Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Wright? Aye. Wyland? Yee? Yee, aye.
Ayes 22, no 0. The resolution is adopted. Members, we are waiting for another supplemental file to be delivered to the State Senate. It's going to take a little bit of time. Senator Pavley?
Would it be appropriate to move an item to inactive?
Absolutely. What is the file item number?
File item number 50, AB 489, move to inactive.
File item 50, move to inactive. Members, we are going to take a recess until 7. Senator Duchesne.
If I might, Madam President, I'd like to, just before we take a recess, if we might, go to file item 105, lift the call.
File item 105, please lift the call on file item 105. Call the absent members.
Onstead? Alquist? Ashburn? Benoit?
This is the Sentinel AQMD bill.
Cogdill? Corbett? Cox? Denham? DeSaulnier? Dutton? Harmon? Hollingsworth? Huff? Kehoe? Lou? Maldonado?
Excuse me, Senator.
Runner? Smidian? Steinberg? Strickland? Walters? Wyland?
Ayes 11, no 7 on the urgency. Ayes 11, no 7 on the measure. Senator Duchesne replaces the call.
No. Bill, hold on 1 minute then.
Leno? Aye to no.
Ayes 10, noes 8 on the urgency. Ayes 10, noes 8 on the measure. Senator Duchesne replaces the call. Members, we are going to take a recess. We will be back on the floor at 7:30. It is now 6:37. We will be back on the floor at 7:30. You may go to your offices, but we are asking you to be back promptly at 7:30. We have another file that should be here in the Senate at that time.